colored outside the lines. Every shade of blue through my room, right before her eyes. Can't you see I'm bleeding? You see it in black and white. Anybody tell me just why? She's so colorblind, colorblind, colorblind. She's so colorblind, colorblind, colorblind. I hear her whispering about some new guy, and I'm screaming, just trying to give you love. Every word is just ripping me open. I could've gave you so much. When I'm thinking of her, I'm colored outside the lines. Every shade of blue through my room, right before her eyes. Can't you see I'm bleeding? You see it in black and white. Anybody tell me just why? She's so colorblind, colorblind. She's so colorblind, colorblind, colorblind. She's so colorblind, colorblind, colorblind. She's so colorblind, colorblind, colorblind. Standing here on fire for you. Standing there, you say, does anyone smell smoke? Standing here, I'm crying for you, dying, losing no heart. When I'm thinking of her, I'm colored outside the lines. Every shade of blue through my room, right before her eyes. Can't you see I'm bleeding? You see it in black and white. Anybody tell me just why? She's so colorblind, colorblind. She's so colorblind, colorblind, colorblind. She's so colorblind, colorblind, colorblind. She's so colorblind, colorblind, colorblind. Standing here on fire for you. Standing there, you say, does anyone smell smoke? Standing here, I'm crying for you, dying, losing no hope.
Leslie.
He puts it in 0 seconds remaining!
He seems to be playing hard for it.
Oh my goodness! Rudy, what is
He
this?
doesn't get the touch. He's looking for Kato. He's got the oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through. He's gonna get the shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. On the backward. Can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net.
High off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
Hold on. Surely this kid. Oh my lord!
Go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Stay on the goal line. He did nearly over. Sweep. It comes through. The Venom, the improbable, the impossible, the 4-time champions.
Going
on, everybody? Welcome back to Nemesis Gaming League here, as we are here for a special edition of Saturday Night Rocket League playoff style here, as we have two of the most storied Prospect League franchises going at it head-to-head. I'm Rocker Man back in the booth, joined by the one and only Chunk Light. Chunk, how are you doing tonight?
Doing good, doing good. These teams got a lot of history, a lot of, I'd say, wins between them too, and it's just fitting that they would collide here in the playoffs in the first round. So one of these teams will end up being first rounded here tonight.
Yeah, it's unfortunate it has to end that way. You know, when you got two storied franchises who have been around since season 1 of Nemesis, going at it, a lot of playoff experience, a lot of postseason experience, and it's going to be an exciting one tonight for sure. I'm happy to be back in the booth once more, Chunk. But what can you tell us about these two teams, Vipers versus Origin, how they got here in the regular season to qualify for the playoffs?
So Origin started off bad. They started off 0-4, a little slow start. They pick up Vokes off the waiver. Really good pickup. Vokes, Nemesis veteran, very storied player, has gone undefeated, had an undefeated season in Novice, I believe. Went up to to Chally, and now he's in here in Prospect and leading with Tyso and Slays. Slays is really the mystery man on their team. I'd say he is I think he played early on in the Nem days, and he's kind of reappeared back on the scene. And then Tyso has been around as well. But on the other side for Vipers, we've got Staffai, very storied player, Hypnotic, also been Prospect, and then Dangerous for Life, who I do not personally know a lot about, but I'm curious to see how he'll play here tonight, Rocket Man.
Yeah, it will be interesting. And, you know, we talked about the storied franchise. These franchises have actually faced off twice in the playoffs before this. All-time series tied at 1 apiece here, as the Vipers are looking to start things off with the first goal, and they will find it.
Yeah, big pop out here. Slays not getting the best touch, tries to get back to it. Dangerous for Life sets up Staff for a little ISO drill into the net, and Tyso too far back in to save the shot, putting Vipers up 1-0.
Yeah, nice early start there for the Vipers, putting things on the right foot there. Able to get that one in the back of the net as Staffai going to the backboard. Slay's going to make a touch here and clear this one away, but a great start for the Vipers. You always want to put that first early pressure onto the net there. As this one, Tyso going to take this one up, try to stay with it. Going to find another touch towards the backboard, but Staffai is going to find that one, push it off to the side there. Clear it back out to the middle. Vokes going to pop it up, Tyso trying to take this one off the corner there. It's now Dangerous. Going to look to take some control. Can't quite find that second touch, though. It's Hypnotic. It's going to bring it up to the side there. Tyso going to find that block. Staffai looking to stay with it, but it's sent back down into the other end. As Hypnotic is going to bang this one across the other side. A shot towards net. Slays is going to find that touch. Going to clear it away. Tyso going to push it down and back in the zone here as Staffai takes control. Trying to find another touch. Going to be cleared out here. And right now, early on, the Vipers finding some pressure. Origin still only one shot to their name, but the Vipers have been kind of controlling things a little bit early on here, Chunk.
Yeah, Origin only had that shot while I was yapping at the beginning of the game. Within about the first 10 seconds, I'd say, off kickoff, they haven't been able to find anything. We've seen a lot of them in corner trying to get it past middle, but it just kind of fizzles out. The opportunities have not been there for them, and we see it happen again and again. They need to find a way to get a ball middle to someone who is waiting for a pass in order to score here. I feel like that is the recipe for success for Origin here.
Yes, this one was down in the middle, but it's going to be cleared a long way. It's just going to go off the post. Vipers trying to follow this one, another one up in the midfield, but going to be cleared away. A great opportunity. Now it Slays one-on-one with Hypnotic. He's going to fling it off the backboard. Is there a follow? No, not quite. Dangerous with a nice clear and Vokes. He's going to have to make that save. Going to push that one off to the side. The Slays is demoed. Vokes going to clear it up high. Staffai pushing this one out, looking for Hypnotic over the top of Slays. Back down in the midfield, and a big tug comes through from Staffai, and the Viper is going to go up 2-0.
Yeah, what a great 1-2 play. Hypnotic sees Sta stay up, and Tyso kind of seen stuck again. Too far in his net. Not really this time. He does get a 50, but Sta, too much momentum, too much power, and Sta will find his second to put them up 2 with half the game remaining.
Yeah, big start here for the Vipers. Able to put that one in as Slays can't quite get that touch. This one's sent back in towards the net. Tyso with a nice touch. Able to push it away, but not too far out here as this one pops up. Vokes gonna send it down, looking for Ad. This one's sent back in. Stoffy gonna take control off the backboard, sending this one down in the midfield. Hypnotic pushing it towards the corner. Tyso gonna find that touch, looking to clear this one out. But still, the Vipers remain on the offensive push here. Slays gonna try to take control, gonna flick it by one, looking to stay with this one, looking for another one, but could be blocked off as Vokes drops one down towards the net. Dangerous is gonna find that touch. Hypnotic is up, shooting this one towards the net. Can Slays get back to it? No, he cannot. And the Vipers again catching Origin out.
Yeah, great pop from Dangerous right to Hypnotic, who's waiting for the ball. Saw threatening, but he doesn't even need to do anything. Too much power from Hypnotic, putting them up here 3-0. All goals have an assist, and it just seems like Vipers have been playing better as a team right now.
Yeah, they really do have that team chemistry here, and you can see it. Big reason why they've had some pretty solid regular season success in this season. And now they find themselves up 3-0 here in game number 1. Reminder, all these playoff matches are best of 7. Slays trying to get to that one. Dangerous gonna clear this one out to the side. Hypnotic gonna find a 50 as this one's popped up. And he pushed out to the midfield. Stoffy, not quite what he was looking for. Tyso gonna try to control it, try to set it down, try to push it towards the midfield, but instead it's gonna be Stoffy picking up that boost, taking control. He's over the top of one. What does he have in the tank? It just Slays back. Good look for the dunk underneath, but not gonna be able to put that one on target, as that one is blocked off to the side. And now it's just under a minute remaining here in this one, Chunk, and Origin still need to try to find 3 goals or at least some momentum to head into game 2.
Yeah, it just seems like they've not had a whole lot of control. It seems like they've been on the back foot as another big dangerous shot comes out, but nothing there coming for Hot Vipers. They haven't been able to find offense. Just the second shot came now. They haven't been able to get anything with each other. They've been cut off. They've been stymied, but seems like they're heating up here now, Rockerman.
Yeah, they are starting to try to find some offense here in the final seconds. It might not change the result of this game, but maybe they can provide some momentum here as this one is going to be pushed towards the net, but Hypnotic says no, sir. That one's not finding its way in the back of the net yet. Viper's still looking for the shutout here in game number 1. As this ball pops up, Stoffy going to clear it a long way, and that will touch the ground for a Vipers game 1 victory.
Yeah, a really impressive game. I felt like the Vipers got off on the right foot there. They played together as a team. They really, I felt like they were feeling out the tempo of the game, the first half of it, kind of seeing how Origin was going to respond, and Origin kind of disconnected. Not a lot of teamwork. Not able to really get around these passing plays from Vipers that we saw score on twice, and then the big clear counterattack. The counterattacks have been deadly, and the teamwork has also been deadly. Origin got to find a way to either disconnect the Vipers teamwork like we see happening to them, or they've got to find a way to get their own tempo going here. But they have been shut out for a lot, even shots-wise. They have not been able to find anything.
Yeah, no, Vipers leading the shot department 11-5 in that last game. They really had all the offense, and I think you're exactly right. They really found that chemistry. 3 goals, 3 assists in that last game. So the Vipers really working together well in that first game. And now, as we dive into game number 2, we'll see if Origin can bounce back, but it looks like it might be Vipers early on. Vokes has to make a clutch last-second save there. As now Vokes finds a touch. This one pushed off the corner. Slays sending that one down. Going to find another one over the top, looking for a teammate. He's now trying to find a bump. Tyso looking for the shot. And Origin are going to find their first goal of the playoffs.
Yeah, first goal early on in game 2. Great play by Slays there, getting a pop out middle. No one really there for Vipers, giving Tyso all the time he really needs to put it anywhere on the net, and he puts it perfectly bottom right to set up this Origin with their first shot of game 2 and their first goal of the series.
Yeah, finally able to start some offense there, and a great play by Origin there. Vipers now find themselves in an unfamiliar spot down in this game number 2. as Slay's going to send this one off the corner. Looking to stay with it, trying to find another touch off the backboard. Is there a follow? Here comes Vokes looking for the shot there. Double commit forced out. But Viper's going to maintain control for a moment. Is dangerous. He's able to send that down. Vokes now taking control. Going to find that 50 up in the midfield. Starfire coming through. Can't find the touch. Going to look for the bump instead. This one, a double commit comes through from the Vipers, but they'll maintain possession for a moment as that one is finally cleared out. Ed Tyso looking to find the fake. He gets it by one, but dangerous is going to clear it. Slays pushing back here. Not a lot of boost. Going to pick up that corner. This one drops up off the wall. Dangerous ball. Slays is going to find that touch, able to clear it away. As Starfire sends it back. Now this ball booming back down. Vokes is going to find a 50, but that one trickles out to the midfield. Ed Tyso going to pop this one up high. Ball coming down. Starfire is going to take control here. As we're about a minute and a half gone in this game number 2 here, Chunk Origin, they found that early goal, and we haven't quite seen anyone find a second one, as this one is getting a little dangerous for Dangerous, but he does make the touch, able to push it away, but Origin still holding on to that 1-goal lead.
Yeah, we've seen a whole lot of, I'd say, early pressure on passing plays coming from Vipers. They haven't been able to connect like they did. They've been pressured and been on their half, I'd say, where that they were all last game, and it's only been half the game here. Slays will get another one off the incredible pressure that they've kept. They have 5 shots already here, Rockerman, which was equal to the amount they had last game.
Yes, the pressure is really ramping up, and you mentioned Slays a little bit earlier, but he is a returning player from way back when in Nemesis. Season 3 and Season 4, he went back-to-back with that acceleration roster in the Novice League. Now trying to do something here in the Prospect League, Season 13. I'm going to find a big second goal for this Origin team. So look to tie the series up. Starfire going to try to leave it for Dangerous instead. He's going to take it around, put it in the midfield, and the shot comes through. Hypnotic sends it in off the pass from Starfire.
Yeah, great solo play here. He kind of fakes out Dangerous, but everyone else fights for Origin. And Starfire waiting middle has an open net and able to put it away and find a quick counterattack.
Able to find that attack there and put it in the back of the net. And now the Vipers back within 1 here in this game number 2. As this ball popped up, Starfire can't quite find that touch. Dangerous now looking for a flick there, but Slays is going to be on top of it. This one sent up high. Hypnotic again. Looking to send this one down towards the net. Starfire just waiting on the back line. He's going to send it across, but no one quite ready. Looks like Slay's got a demo on the backside. Now Vokes up to find a block there. Hypnotic off the wall. Can't quite reconnect as Slay sends it back in. Starfire, if we get a touch out here, Ad Tyso going to grab that one off the ceiling as Vokes jumps up. Going to push this one to the wall here. Slay's going to jump out for that one, but a big 50 in the midfield. As Slays is going to find another touch there. Able to send it down. Might be a big opportunity here. Slays is going to get beat out there. This one sent back in. This one dropping down towards the net. Vokes has got to make the touch. Able to push it away here. As we're down now to a minute and a half remaining here, Chunk. Vipers still find themselves only down by 1.
Yeah, they've seen a little bit more opportunities than they had in the first half of this game. Little cutoffs like that, kind of putting this Origin defense, giving them a run for their money. But we have seen great defense from Vokes and Tyso, who I would say are mainly the defenders, as Dangerous will get a great pop off the backboard and puts it into the net with a just no boost left. Slay's not able to get down, and what a perfectly placed shot. You know, a great contribution here from Dangerous for Life to get this game tied on up.
Yeah, as this one might be another goal, but Vokes is going to make the touch there. But yeah, it looks like Dangerous got a little bit of a bump on Slays on the backboard and allowed him to fall on that ball and put it in. And now the Vipers, after dropping down 2-0, going to battle back here, tie things up. Vokes going to find a big dunk. The net is wide open. Slays, can he turn it down? Yes, he can. Off the dunk in Origin. Back out on top.
Yeah, Slays is the man you are looking for offense. If you are Origin, he is, I'd say, the most mechanical player here on this Origin team. He is that guy who's going to start these plays, going to either find a pass or get a great finish on shots. So he is the one you want to look for on offenses. He does have 2 goals and 1 assist this game, contributing on all the goals and getting that great little pop down redirect.
And people talk a lot about the Vokes edition, but Slays has also been a great addition. This roster, you mentioned it, started 0-4 with a different roster, but added Slays and Vokes and turned things around mid-season, and now boys to find their first playoff game win. This one dropping down. Viper's not out of it yet, though. This one pops up high. Final 10 seconds of regulation. Ball dropping down. Slays gonna find a 50. It's dangerous. This one gets pushed in the corner. Bump attempt coming through off the backboard. Is there a follow? Big 50 coming up high. Do the Vipers have anything to put it in? They do not, and Origin gonna come through and tie this series up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it was kind of looking dangerous for Origin. They started off hot in the first half of that game. Vipers kind of came clawing back, struck a couple times with great speed. And what we mainly saw from them in game 1 kind of worked again. The big bumps are also coming out is what has come alive, I'd say, for Vipers. They seem to be just going for a nuisance plays on that side of Origin, and Origin able to find the win here despite all the distractions they had on their own half.
Yeah, they survive and win that last game 3-2, tying this series up at 1 apiece in a very even game there. 8-7 in the shot department in favor of Vipers, 5-4 in the save department for Origin. All in all, a close game number 2. And now we head to this game number 3. And normally, Chuck, we look to game number 3 as a big pivot point of the series. It's still early on, but I would say this is still a very crucial game for both these teams to try to see some momentum in the series.
Yeah, it's not as important as it is in a best of 5 or if it was a 2-0 lead for either one of these teams, but it is still important to kind of get that edge, kind of get that lead on your opponent, being able to not be 1 away from match point, being able to really have a lead ahead. This is also kind of one of those feel-out games, but everything on from this point is do or die, and it will make it a lot easier if you are able to find a big win in this game 3.
Yeah, it would be huge here. Go up 2-1 in the series, snag some momentum in a couple close games here. Vipers obviously took control of that game number 1, but a close game number 2. And now whoever can win game number 3 put themselves in a good spot in the series. This one off the wall, dangerous. Gonna take control, trying to find another touch, and Vokes barely is able to get up to it, but this ball sent back down. Slays, can he get to that one? He does. He's able to clear it away, but Vipers still lurking around in that midfield. Add Tyso. Gonna drop this one down, trying to find a 50. The ball is going up. It's very awkward. It's dropping down. Vokes is gonna make the touch. This Vipers still trying to keep possession, but that one might have lost it there. It's Add Tyso off the wall, trying to send it back in. This ball gonna be popped up. Slays gonna jump up for it. Gonna find that block. It's gonna ring off the corner. Vokes, can he get up to it? Yes, he can. He would have pushed that one away as we remain scoreless here in game number 3. But Add Tyso trying to say not for long. As here comes Vokes looking for the shot, but he can't put it in. That one goes off the post. A good opportunity for Origin there, but they can't capitalize, Chunk.
Yeah, good little 2-on-1 fast break as Origin kind of tripping over themselves getting back to this. But Origin finding a little bit of momentum here again. They start off the game what seems to be hot. I'm curious to see if they can find a goal off this early momentum like they did in game 2, but so far it seems like Vipers have just found a response for everything they've thrown at them.
Yeah, the Vipers have done a great job as they pick up another save right there and pick up a big demo right here. It's gonna open up some space, but Slays comes out of nowhere to make that save, keeping this ball game at 0-0 as we approach the halfway point. Slays drop this one down. Vokes is looking for the pump, but somehow dangerous gets enough of a body on that one to push it away. The ball's still dangerous down here. Origin trying to turn up the pressure here. As this one sent back down, Slays gonna try to take it around 1. He does. Hypnotic. He's gonna take control of the sidewall here, dropping this one down. Big demo in the net by Dangerous. This one off the backboard. Slays going in and out. He finds a touch, but the ball's still dangerous. It's gonna be pushed away there. And Vipers cannot fight their way through. Another couple of great opportunities for both squads here. This one is going right down in the middle, and it's going to be Vokes taking care of it himself.
Yeah, Vokes looked a little awkward off this, and he just kind of slammed off the wall, using his boost 2 feet off the ground and hurling the ball in. very low to the ground, but he gets it done and gets a big goal to set up Origin here in what has felt like a kind of stall out with 8 saves in this game total.
Yeah, and just breaking through there, you're exactly right. It feels massive with all the big saves we've seen in this game. Just to find one as Origin is looking for a second. This one could be very dangerous though. It's gonna go off a teammate all the way back in. Hypnotic is gonna get credit and the Vipers tie it up.
Yeah, Vokes pre-flip into the ball off the clear from Hypnotic. Slays just a little unexpecting that touch from that big 50, and unfortunately for Slays, he will find himself letting in a big goal to tie up the series in what felt like has been all Origins so far in the last couple offensive possessions.
It was a big save, gonna come out dangerous, gonna pick up a savior medal as another shot comes through. Starfire gonna pick up a save of his own as Vokes is trying to turn it back in. This one drops out in the midfield, gonna be banged a long way. Vokes gonna take control. Off the corner, dangerous. Off the back wall, Vokes trying to get out to it, gonna get over the top of one. Just Hypnotic back there, Vokes gonna push it by him. Can they find a shot on net? No, dangerous. Some good defense. The Vipers really holding strong, but not a lot of boost there. This one dropping down, dangerous ball out of the midfield. Shot attempt though, gonna ring just off the wall there as Origin is swarming around this net, but the Vipers are gonna lock it down again. Some miss comes through. Hypnotic with an opportunity. This one floating across, but Tyso gonna clear it away. It's another big 50 in the midfield. Slays gonna take control, taking this one up, looking for another touch. He's gonna find it, but Hypnotic is gonna meet him at the summit there as Tyso throws it off the backboard, just off eye back. He's gonna find that touch there. This one is gonna stay in their corners. We're down to the final 30 seconds of regulation here in this game number 3. We see our first overtime of this series. Origin trying to get it right here as the net is wide open. Tyso is gonna chip that one in. A little sketchy, but they got the job done. And now up by 1 with 18 seconds left.
Yeah, it's been the story of this game with these these last final touches. A little sketchy, gets a little chip into the net, able to find enough power and find themselves with great open net opportunities that they've been able to capitalize. They've been able to put the ball in the net, which is the goal of this game here, Rockerman, and they've been able to capitalize, which we have not seen a whole lot of clean opportunities from the Vipers that we have seen from Origin.
Yeah, now they're trying to find one more, but that one is going to touch the ground, and Origin going to go up 2-1 in this series here at the very end. You know, squeaking out a win there. It got a little sketchy, Chunk, but Origin gets the job done, and now all eyes turn to this Viper squad to see what they can do if they're able to turn it back as we're going to look towards game number 4.
Yeah, some would say curious to see if drop the timeout, but they lost 2 in a row. Normally you do that if you lose 2 in a row, but it still is one goal, or not one goal, one game series, and a pretty close game too. So it will be important to use their timeout. If they lose this next game, going down 3-1, they'll have to make that LeBron-esque comeback against Origin.
Hey, I mean, if there's any org to do it, it's got to be the Victory org with their storied history to make some comebacks. But we'll have to see. They are going up against this Origin team who was one of the hottest teams to end the regular season, finishing off the season 8-1 in their last 9 matches. So now they've got some more momentum in this one. We'll see if they're able to take a 3-1 series lead or if the Vipers can give us a tied 2-2 series. This one off the backboard, going to be popped up in the midfield. Hypnotic sends it up high. Vokes is going to meet him for that one, but it's going to be pushed back now as Dangerous. Looking for a touch, can't quite find it. Tyso unable to find that touch of Slays. Last man back there, going to find a touch, but Hypnotic is looking for the shot. Can't quite put it on target as Slays. He's going to be forced to clear this one away. And now Starfire sends this one back towards the net here, looking for another one. Trying to drop it down slow, looking for a teammate, but not quite ready for that one here. As Vipers looking like they're really trying to start this offense early here, Chunk, but just couldn't quite find the goal they needed.
Yeah, it seems like the last touch off that Starfire play was just not what he was looking for. I'm not sure if he thought a teammate was going to be there or if he wanted to do it all by himself, but they have showed an immense amount of pressure that we haven't seen from them really since game 1. but Origin has been able to slow down these attempts and keep them down to only one shot on net, which Origin also been able to find one shot of their own, but so far a little over a minute in and we've got ourselves a stall out of a game.
Yeah, both these teams looking for their opportunities here, knowing how crucial this game number 4 is. The series can either go 3-1 or we can go 2-2 here, depending on the result of this one. As Taiso gonna send this one towards net. He's over the top looking for a 50, but Hypnotic. Great defense to push that one away. As Vokes unable to find that touch. This one gonna be sent down. Dangerous. Pushing towards the net. Is it towards the goal? It is, but Slays with another in and out save. Gonna come through on that one. As Taiso is gonna send that one off the backboard there. Gonna push this one off to the side here. 3 minutes remaining here in this game number 4. Stoffai looking to make something happen in the air, but Taiso is going to beat him out to it and catch the Vipers a little bit overcommitted on their offense here as Slays send this one towards the net. A demo. It's going to open up a little bit more space, and finding another one is Origin as they continue to rain these demos down on the pitch. It's Taiso for the shot, and he is going to find it from the corner to the back of the net.
Yeah, big original demo on Starfire. We see a little rotation out from Vokes, who just kind of catches him again. And Dangerous for life, too far into his net to save the power that Taiso put on his shot. Taiso, 1 goal, 3 shots, all of the offense really for Origin, but Vokes and Slays have been able to put on some either pass attempts or some demos to keep some pressure, and everyone looks like they're contributing here for Origin.
Yeah, we talked about the Vipers really seem connected in that game number 1, and then since then it seems like Origin has been the one finding those connections. And the Vipers here got to tap back to it, or maybe a little bit of a solo play as Stoffai almost finds a massive dunk through on the net here. Another shot attempt forces a double commit. Now maybe Vipers have got Origin a little bit disconnected as Stoffai. Flip reset, gonna go underneath, try to take it towards the net, forcing another double commit from Origin. Can the Vipers capitalize? Taiso can't find that touch. Vokes drops it out towards the midfield. Gonna have to dodge a demo. It's gonna be Slays losing his life instead there. This one gets 50 to cross. Vokes off the sidewall, looking to find another touch. Hypnotic wins it out. As Slays, he's gonna hit that one in the corner. Dodge a demo. Vipers still on the attack there. A nice touch from Slays, but Dangerous is still there lurking. Slays gonna find another one, trying to push to the corner, but this Vipers team is still putting on the attack. Origin just can't find their way out right now. It seems like it's only a matter of time as this one's popped up. It's Hypnotic, looking for the shot. It's off the crossbar though. It's not gonna find its way in. And finally Origin is gonna break out there and chunk. That seemed like the Vipers' great chance there, but they couldn't quite seal the deal.
Yeah, they couldn't find any really good goal. The one they really had a chance for just rang off the top crossbar. Not able to find the goal that would tie up this game, and they're going to need to find something in this last minute. But so far, that defense from Origin has been pretty stout. As long as they don't get pressured or something unexpected happens, I feel like Origin's got a lot of momentum, a lot of opportunities going. As a big demo again will open up another offensive opportunity for Taiso, who will put in his 2nd goal of the game. We've got 4 shots total on Origin. Taiso, 4 shots, 2 goals. He is really the offensive catalyst, and the demos have just been flustering this Vipers team.
It's a crazy shot differential right now, and this one is the Vipers had 7 shots, but 0 goals to their name. The Origin Holden's on strong. This one's towards the net. It's not going to find its way in. That would have been a big goal to seal this game. But instead, now it's headed the other way. Vipers, can they capitalize towards the net? Vokes, it's going to make a clutch save. As Vipers now maybe looking for their last opportunity in this game. Stoffai looking for something. A demo comes through, pushing that one off the backboard. Is there a follow? Vokes, he pushes it off to the side. The ball rolls into the corner, and Origin are going to go up 3-1 here in this series.
Yeah, I'd say incredible defense here, and really off-ball play from Origin won them the game. The off-ball play caused demos, just disrupted the rotations of this Vipers team, really led to both their goals, and then Vipers just couldn't find the ball into the back of the net. Just seemed like the solo plays weren't working. They really didn't connect with each other on any passes, any demo plays of their own, and just not able to disrupt the rhythm of this Origin defense.
Yeah, no, they haven't. And Origin able to lock down a couple of saves, ended up with 4 in that last one of the 9 shots, able to save it away. And the Vipers here, Chunk, it looks like they're opting not to use the tactical timeout, falling down to match point. Gonna have to pull back 3 straight games in order to win this series. And starting with this one in game number 5. And do you agree with this, Chunk, or would you have called a timeout to try to talk some strategy here?
I would say it really depends on the mental of the Vipers. The demos, we know they can get in people's heads, and it seemed to have worked great for Origin. They were all over their half, disrupting the defense. I personally would have taken a timeout there, just on a 3-game losing streak, kind of slipping away. But if they feel confident, I'd just go for it if I was them.
Yeah, no, definitely some confidence shown by the Vipers here, opting not to use a tactical timeout, but now their season is on the line. They're going to have to win 3 straight games if they're going to want to advance to the semifinals. Origin looking to close it out here with a 4th straight win after dropping game number 1. Vokes sending this one up high towards the net. Dangerous. He's going to clear it off to the corner as Adtaiso going to find a big bump there. Dangerous taking control on this one. Going to find a big flick over the top of one. Slays is going to find it out in the midfield. Slays is hunting for that bump. It's going to be Vokes who's jumping up for this one. Slays trying to interrupt Stallfly, looking for a bump there, but Hypnotic may have caught this Origin offense a little too far up, but he can't put it in. Another opportunity where Vipers had a wide open net, couldn't convert here. They're still trying to push it through. This one might be their opportunity. Bump attempt, maybe no. Hypnotic can't put it in. And that seems like the story of this last couple of games of the series, Chunk, is Vipers have these opportunities, they just can't finish.
Yeah, they had a really good one there. I think they just weren't really expecting the net to be that wide open. That I'd say is the first really open net that Origin has really led them up to, and not ready expecting that. I don't blame them. I feel like they've got to capitalize at least on another opportunity here on offenses. They have been shut out by this defense that it seems when they're caught off guard, they rotate back so fast to the ball. Is another big save coming out from all the players getting involved on this Origin 1 yard line, it feels like.
Wow, another save at the very last second as Origin already surpassing their save total from last game. They've got 5 saves already from these Vipers shots. Now they're looking for a shot of their own, and it's Adtaiso off the pass from Vokes, and the defense eventually leads to some offense.
Yeah, Vokes and Slays have really been just leaving Taiso in these opportunities. He's been putting so much power on these shots and really good placement. Really, no one on Vipers have been able to find an answer to where he is putting the shots on, as they will have another good opportunity here. Taiso tries to go for the double, but Vokes just waiting for the rebound. A big bump coming there from Slays, just bullying Starfire in the net. Doesn't find the optimal position to save that ball, and Origin just seems like what they've been doing the last 4 games now, it feels like, has just been working so well against this Vipers team.
Yeah, it really has, and now the Vipers really down to their last breaths here, down by 2 goals, halfway left in this game number 5. Origin holds on. They'll win this series and move on to the semifinals. This one off the backboard. Is there another attempt there? A big demo from Adtaiso, looking for a teammate to find the follow, but getting pitched away for the moment. As Slays takes this one to the ceiling. Gonna find that 50. Dangerous, trying to get it out. It's Dangerous now, sending this one, looking for Hypnotic, trying to find that one, but Vokes with a great block off the corner. Slays with a nice touch over the top. They might have a net to shoot at. Slays is hunting for that demo, but the Vipers gonna hold strong. But now can the counterattack? Could be their opportunity on the Origin over aggression. This one sent up high, but Slays is gonna be there first, and Origin just beating them to every ball here. The Vipers unable to sustain this offense here. This ball popped up, Anti-So taking control, looking to find something. He's gonna find a flick. He takes it around 2, and he's trying to seal this series.
Yeah, Taiso has been the MVP here for this Origin team, especially on offense, just finds his way around what seems to be the entire Vipers defense. It just seems like the offense is just clicking. It seems like Vipers are panicking. They've got to settle down their nerves if they want to score the 3 goals that they need here.
Yeah, they're gonna have to find something here. This is their season on the line. You gotta go big here. Otherwise, you'll be heading home. As this one popped up, Stallfy trying to make something happen. Sends it to the midfield, Vokes. He's going to push it out. Slays is waiting down there in the midfield. Going to be cut off by Hypnotic. As double command comes through from Origin. Can the Vipers capitalize on this? Vokes is going to send it up high to Slays, who's dropping it down and dropping it in there. Another goal for Origin. And they are putting a dagger in the hearts of the Vipers.
Yeah, I feel like the demos have just absolutely stunned Vipers. It just seems like what they were missing in the first game. I didn't see a whole lot of demos, and after that, Vipers just not able to find a way to adjust to the great teamwork that they've been working. It's not just the demos that they've been playing with, it's the passes leading to a little 1v1 where the last offender just not able to put a hand up on the ball, and that's why they've been so dominant and why their defense has been also incredible here.
Yeah, the defense has really held strong for Origin here, and then they've turned it into offense, and the Vipers just hadn't found that teamwork like we saw in that game number 1. I mean, things are working so well for them in game 1. They were finding each other, keeping a lot of pressure. Origin stuck on the back foot, but ever since game number 2, that close game, it's been seemingly all Origin all the time. And now as the final 15 seconds come through, unless the Vipers find a miracle of all miracles, they're going to find 1. Still need to find 3 more with 12 seconds left, but it looks like we'll have to see if Origin can hold on.
Yeah, the amount of demos that just cut ringing in this last minute is ridiculous, just kind of rubbing it in. It's going to be hard to find offense if you're just getting demoed constantly.
Yeah, now last breath here. Origin is going to send it down towards the net there. Slays is going to find it clear as another demo comes through. Origin just pulling some bully ball out there as they are going to find another big playoff win here as the Vipers try to find 1 more for the road. But Origin with a massive win here, going to move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, as a little more demos I feel like could come out here. Someone might be able to drop an executioner now. Just an incredible game by Origin, able to really find momentum, and nothing was able to stop it for Vipers. I think that the timeout needed to come out maybe after game 3 or definitely after game 4, but I feel like nothing really, there was no answers for this big offensive flurry from Origin.
Yeah, no, they really just turned on the offense, and you mentioned the demos, 10-3 in the demo department. It was Anti-So leading the way with 6 demos for that Origin team, and they are going to go up and move on to the semifinals, waiting to take on the winner of our final matchup of the night coming on later, which is Rooks versus Faded. So I know Origin, that team will have all eyes on that one, and we will as well later on. But that is going to do it for us here in this first matchup. We are going to head to a little bit of a break here, but when we come back, we're going to be moving on to the Challenger League. We have another great matchup here with Race taking on Hellcats. The final spot in the Challenger League semifinals is up for grabs, so please guys stick around, and we will see you guys in a little bit.
Crying over what a rose will die. Love is damage in disguise. Can never say that I never tried. I held you with my hands tied. If it's true, love is blind. What did I fall for at first sight? 'Cause love is damage in disguise. Broke clocks turn right 2 times a day. My broke heart is just one and the same. Once when you take my breath away, and when I suffocate. But if this is the last time I say sorry, when I take it back, 'cause I don't mean it. You are the cancer in my body. I'm so playing dead, 'cause I still feel it. 'Cause I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. I know the diamonds in your eyes were just your tears catching light. A bit of crime with no alibis. You can't kill what is already died. Broke clocks turn right 2 times a day. My broke heart is just one and the same. Once when you take my breath away, and when I suffocate. But if this is the last time I say sorry, when I take it back, 'cause I don't mean it. You are the cancer in my body. I'm so playing dead, 'cause I still feel it. 'Cause I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. You know I could be the tour guide, help you find your darkest side. You know I could be the tour guide. You know I could be the tour guide, help you find your darkest side. You know I could be the tour guide. But if this is the last time I say sorry, when I take it back, 'cause I don't mean it. You are the cancer in my body. I'm so playing dead, 'cause I still feel it. But if this is the last time I say sorry, when I take it back, 'cause I don't mean it. You are the cancer in my body. I'm so playing dead, 'cause I still feel it. 'Cause I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry.
Feel my arms holding on so tight just when you need it most. Feel the freedom of being careless, just being in love. Everything will be alright. Through the darkness, through the night, no fear anymore. No fear anymore. told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the
Literally, he puts it in 0 seconds remaining. Maybe teams gonna be playing hard for it. It's, oh my goodness, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch he's looking for. Kato, Scott, oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through. Place this heck. He's gonna get the shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. On the backward. Can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on.
High off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
Is this serious? Now, hold on. Surely this can't. Oh my lord!
Go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Oh, Palpatine on the goal line. He did nearly over. Sweet. It comes through. The Venom, the improbable, the impossible, the 4-time champions. Alrighty, what's going on, everybody? We are back for our second matchup of the night as we're moving things along to the Challenger League, where we have Wraith taking on Hellcats and Markerman back in the booth, joined by the one and only Ventus. And Ventus, we just saw my Origin boys take a victory there in the first round there of the playoffs to move on, and now we get to move to the Challenger League for another spicy matchup to determine our last semifinalist.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be such a close matchup. I think these two teams are very close in skill. I think that, I mean, they're the 3 and 6 seed, but I mean their records very similar. Wraiths 14 wins, Hellcats only at 11. But I think that, you know, Hellcats, their division was a little bit you know, not necessarily as tough as the Wraiths. So maybe there's a little bit difference there. We'll see what happens. I mean, it's still very tough divisions, right? You have Venom and Bishops in the mountains, and then for the Central, you had Raptors and Orbit. But like all these teams are above 10 wins, so very very close. I think they had to deal with a lot of adversity to get here. I think that both these teams are going to be super ready to play. I think without, you know, seeing all their other Challenger League matches being played and kind of just being the last one. There's, you know, the winner of this is going to go against Griffins. They won their matchup against the Bishops, and it was the Bishops held it close for the first half, but the Griffins were able to just kind of steamroll their way, and then Venom is on the other side of the bracket. I believed dissolved feat motion, but it's not updated on the public player sheet, so don't quote me on that one. But this is the last matchup of the Challengers. Going to be, you know, one for the ages, I think.
Yeah, it should be an exciting one here. We got the 3 seed race taking on the 6 seeded Hellcats. It looks like we got just about everyone locked up in the lobby, ready to go. So Ventus, I gotta ask you here, what do you got for prediction? Who do you think's gonna win this one? I know you love your predictions, and Discord is saying leaning towards race. It looks like the channel points are also leaning towards race. Still a minute 30 remaining on that prediction if you want to get your points in. But who are you taking?
You know, I don't think I can go against chat here. I think the Wraiths are going to win, but I think it's going to be really close. I really like Haichu and Kosh. Kosh came up from the Prospect League last season, had a great run with the Blackhawks. I think he's acclimated to the Challenger League really well. I think him and Haichu have been playing really well. But I just don't think. I think that Zaire is a really solid player. I think Milker has also just been a really solid player. I think as a team, the Wraiths are more cohesive, and I think that that'll allow them to take a lot of these close games that might not necessarily go their way normally. So I think that the Wraiths are going to take it, but I do think it is going to be close. I'll say 4-2 Wraiths.
Alrighty, well, we're going to have to see here as we have got things underway here for game number 1 of this best of 7. As we got the Wraiths here in the red tonight with Zeke, Milker, and Zaire, and the Hellcats with Astro, Aeon, and Haichu. Both these teams looking to make a name for themselves here. The Wraiths, I know a little bit about them here, Ventus, because they've got one of my former teammates on their team, and Milker made a big trade mid-season to get him up with the race. They really wanted him, and ever since they got Milker on their team, this race team has been one of the top teams in the Challenger League.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's surprising when teams kind of that are at the top of the totem pole make an acquisition like that. I think the only other team that I can really think of doing something like that was the Grandmasters this season as well. We started out 3-1. And we still made a trade getting rid of our top South to pick up another player, but we had faith, and Zaire and Zeke have faith in each other right there. As a great pass off the back wall, Milker leaves it for Zaire off the post, but Zeke is there for the follow-up, getting the beat on all 3 of the Hellcats players. A good play from them, but I mean, it seems like the Wraiths, they knew what they wanted to do. They knew what kind of play style they wanted, and they saw that Milker was available, gives them a higher ceiling than previous, and I think that's what they're really looking at. I think that's the best thing you can do going forward. You always want to make your team better, and I think this trade definitely did that.
Yeah, definitely did, and they're going to be the ones starting out with that first goal here in this game, number 1. This one pushed off the wall here. Going to be pushed into the corner. Zeke looking to stay on this one here. He's going to pop this one up, trying to send it in the midfield. Ball dropping down. Haichu gonna grab this one. Milker gonna block it up in the midfield. Zaire with an opportunity off the backboard, looking for the double tap, can't find it. Here comes Zeke off the backboard. Is there a follow? He's gonna find the bump. Milker is coming through, gonna put it in. A big play from all 3 members of the race.
Yeah, and they're just outspeeding the competition right now. You just see Hellcats getting beat out every single time by a player from the Wraiths. The pop to the backboard beats out a player. The shot beats out a player. The bump coming through as well, taking out the last defender anyways, and Milker able to put that one home, as we see a connection error there as Aeon looks like he DC'd.
Need to pause that. Crip. As we will have to pause that, reset that one on the kickoff there. But yeah, a little bit awkward in the playoffs, but we do love our good old match Adam and Ventus. Give us the ability to pause and reset from the kickoff there, but a little bit of disconnect there. But Rays still find themselves up 2-0 there.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately for the Hellcats, I don't think that this will cause any previous go-backs to take away that second goal from them, as I think he disconnected way after the goal was scored. And I believe he even got beat out. One of the players from the Wraiths were able to beat him on a challenge. So I think that it'll stand 2-0. I think Wraiths have been able to kind of start off on the right foot. And I think that the Wraiths are a little bit confused as to why we paused, even though there was a disconnection. You see that Aeon was not able to connect. He lost connection in the game, so that is an automatic pause, and we are going to look to see when that occurred. Then we reset it. So might be a little. I don't know if it would have changed anything, but you got to do what you got to do. I think it's the right call, and you know, maybe it stunts the Wraiths' momentum a little bit, but I mean, they seem like they're going to be able to get it back.
Yeah, no, they still have the 2-goal lead here. We are going to restart 2:54 on the kickoff here. Score still at 2-0, so we will reset that one here and we will get right back into it. We do love the good old match admin feature there, and we'll have to see as
I just disconnected.
yeah, it looks like we might have lost the lobby as well. So you gotta love the technical issues, but we'll survive either way. But so far, Ventus early on as we look to get back into this game number one in just a second here. So far, the race a very solid game one performance in the first couple minute or two here.
Yeah, and it was really just the speed was the difference maker. I mean, I talked about them just constantly getting beats in the midfield, constantly getting beats on the Hellcats end, and it just allowed them so much pressure. The speed proved too much. I think that's one of the things that Hellcats is going to have to work on. They're going to have to match that speed. They're going to have to really ramp it up. I mean, this is a playoff series. This is a give it your all, give it your best, or you're probably going to go home. So Hellcats need to definitely step it up, make sure that they are on the same page as each other. I believe that they are a very fast team, and I think they just need to get acclimated. Maybe this is game one nerves, and they're just kind of feeling it out. But with a reset, maybe that helps them a little bit. Maybe they can say like, hey, look, you know, we had this disconnection, we got the pause, you know, we have this reset because the server died, and you know, maybe they can utilize that to their advantage.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of little bit of an in-game timeout, you know, a little technical timeout in that one, and we'll see if they, again, like you said, see if they can take it to their advantage here in this one. As it looks like we do have everyone popping back in here for this next game. At least that's what it looks like here. As, we'll have to sort out some things here in this one. So bear with us, little technical difficulties. But Ventus, as we look on to this one, looking for game number one, you know, what is it like? Obviously, this is kind of a rare situation where we have to, you know, reset from a specific time and score. But what would that be like as a player here to try to, you know, make something happen here and try to, you know, get a little bit knocked off your groove here?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, like I think this plays into the advantage of the Hellcats a little bit more. I think that they're able to kind of use this as like basically a tactical timeout without having to use a timeout, without having to go undo a game or lose a game in general. So they might be down here, um, but I think that they get a free reset. I think this is going to be the biggest thing for them is how they're going to adapt on the fly, how they're going to be able to come back from this. Wraiths, obviously, you just got to keep doing what you're doing. You got to find that momentum and find that groove that you've been able to outspeed. But you got to kind of regain that. You got to refine that speed from and make sure you're going faster than Hellcats, who might surprise you now that are playing faster and more aggressive. So it'll be interesting. I think it plays a little bit into the Hellcats' favor, but I don't think that the Wraiths will be too worried about it. I think that their 2-0 lead is going to be pretty solid. I think that they've been playing very well early in game number one, so I think it should be fine no matter what.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to dive back in here into this game number one, as the Race can have their 2-0 lead in this game. Gonna have to see if they can keep things going here. This one's dropping down. They are going to make it 3-0, picking up right where they left off before the restart.
Yeah, and you know, it didn't seem to affect them at all as Zaire trying to get a dunk on Aeon. No touch coming through from either side. And it looks like the Wraith's going to find a 3-0 lead. This is, I mean, just where the Wraiths picked off. It seems like the free timeout for the Hellcats didn't equate to too much, as it seems like they were still put on the back foot once again. But, I mean, I think that the Wraiths are just playing really well. I think they're just playing really fast, and I'm kind of surprised that the Hellcats are having so much trouble. I feel like Haichu and Aeon are both pretty fast players, Haichu specifically, and I know that the Hellcats aren't playing with Kosh right now, which might be the biggest issue. But you know, not everything can go your way in playoffs. Like, scheduling happens sometimes, and they just got to make do with what they can. I'm not sure if Kosh is even the starter at this point. I know he was during the regular season, but I mean, maybe it's just a play style change that they want to do, and maybe it'll be better for them in the long run.
Yeah, I think they actually did switch the roster around quite a bit, so I think this is just the one that they ended up with at the end here. So hopefully for their sake they can battle through and give us a good series here as we're down to minute 5 remaining here in this game number 1. The race up 3-0. As Aeon now looking to take this down, trying to find the first goal for the Hellcats. There is this one shot towards the net, but not quite going to find its way down. As Zeke going to send it out. Going to pop this one up high. Ahsoka, that one is going to be pushed back down towards the net there. Going to grab that one. Aeon pushing it back towards the midfield. Haichu looking for a shot there, but it's going to be denied away as it's sent back down towards the other end there. Inventus with 30 seconds remaining here. The race in full, complete, and utter control of this game 1.
Again, I talked about it both times that they've scored. They just seem to be playing faster. It's not like they're really playing that much better. I feel like they're still getting those double commits we've seen from the Hellcats side. They're still making some mistakes on their touches. It really is just that they're playing a quicker game than this Hellcats roster, and you know that's something that they should talk about going into game number 2, because Wraiths were able to take a pretty dominant lead in the beginning. Even after the reset, it seems like they were mostly dominant still. They did not concede. They had a couple questionable times on defense that they had to make good saves to get out of, but I feel like the Rays, it was a calm, cool game that they weren't necessarily too worried about. I feel like they came out, they just were faster, and I mean, it shows that the Hellcats had 4 shots to Wraiths 2, but you forget that we did have to reset, so the Wraiths 2 goals, and I believe they had 4 or 5 extra shots in there that the Hellcats did not have, are also a factor. And I just feel like it was a good test for game number 1. I think that you kind of have to come out and adapt for game number 2 if you're the Hellcats. But I think Wraiths, you were playing very well. I think you just keep doing what you're doing. They're playing very fast in the midfield. They're getting a lot of beats. Their touches are very good for the most part, especially on the offensive side of the ball. So for them, I'm like, just keep doing what you're doing. Keep playing how you're doing. Trust in your teammates. Try to limit the double commits, especially on defense. And for Hellcats, you just got to pick up the pace a little bit. Find each other more. Find each other in the outlets. Maybe a little more cuts in rotation to speed up and allow your players to have easier touches on the ball. And I think that it's just kind of a feel game out for game number 1. And we'll start to really see the action ramp up here in game number 2.
Yeah, we'll see if the Hellcats can, like Linda said, ramp things up here, try to tie this series up. As this one popped out in the midfield, Hellcats trying to find their first goal. This one dropped out as Zare trying to find a redirect, but can't quite get that touch. As Haichu looking to take control, they're going to push this one up high. Aeon beat it over the top. There's Milker going to take control, going to push one out in the midfield. Astro looking for the shot there, but Zare is going to deny it. The first big chance there for the Hellcats. Not going to fall their way. This one's sent back in across the net there. Is he going to find that touch? Astro looking for another one. Pass it infield there for Haichu, who's going to take a banging shot on net, and the Hellcats find their first on the board.
Yeah, I think Aeon also got a bump on Zare, kind of slowing him down a little bit in the corner. The shot comes through. Zare's a little awkward recovering from it. And the biggest thing was, like, the Hellcats were able to steal a lot of the boosts from the race. The race were playing very fast and very aggressive, but a lot of the midfield pads were taken already, so they had to retreat. They ended up rotating along the same path line. Nobody was really able to get boost, and you just see Hellcats start to be able to continue to add pressure, and then they're able to start outspeeding it. And it might be something where they have to prioritize the midfield and prioritize the midfield boost so that they can slow the race down just a little bit so they're able to keep up or be able to surpass them speed-wise, because that worked out perfectly for them. They're able to start outspeeding. They're able to shut them down, get control when they were trying to clear the ball out of the Wraith's half, and overall they just kind of suffocated them. I think it was a great play and a great acclamation to game number 2. I feel like they adjusted very well from what they were missing up on game number 1, and it's a very beautiful sign. It means that we're going to get a lot more content.
You always love some more content. You can't say no to that one. As we're going to continue things along here. Hellcats on top, trying to keep their pressure going. This one dropping down towards Milker. He's going to find a touch, but this ball is still right in front of their net there, but they are going to make the save away. No one from the Hellcats quite ready to push that one off. This one's blocked up here. Astro gonna send it back down towards the net there. Milker is gonna find one to pass across the midfield, looking for someone, but gonna find nobody. As Haichu off the backboard there, gonna push one off to the side here. Aeon gonna find a touch, trying to send it back in. Astro now off the corner. Milker take control. Haichu pushing this one back. Both these players, these teams playing on that right side wall there. Finally across the midfield, looking for the shot there, but Haichu can't quite get it on target. Is there a little bit awkward on the backboard? Zeke can help him out. But that one is still getting pushed off to the side. And again, these Hellcats are really starting to turn on the pressure in this game at number 2. Maybe not for long as Zeke sent it down to Milker, who's going to take the shot and put it in just around the bar.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a great play from Race. They were able to hold on, find the outlet pass in transition. They were able to bang the ball towards a teammate. The redirect comes through from Zeke, a great one at that. Haichu, a little bit of a misplay there, but Milker, good follow-up. Wraiths able to score on transition on the counter-attack, and, you know, it's a little bit dangerous, right? The Rays have been kind of put on the back foot for a majority of this game because they've been getting a lot of their boost on. I feel like Hellcats have done a really good job keeping possession in the race end and putting some really good midfield pass plays together. But the Wraiths, you know, they are able to break out when needed. They are able to transition, play differently. We saw them having majority of the offense in game number 1. In game number 2, they're utilizing those counterattacks and utilizing the transitions out of defense to pin their opponent deep, getting the bumps. Milker going for one on Haichu, forcing him awkward in net, and Zare, all he's got to do is put that one on target. Wraiths go up 2-1, and I mean, it seems like they might have adjusted to the adjustment of Hellcats. You know, we don't know. They're playing more counterattacky. They're not trying to play super pressured in their half, and I mean, they're making great saves on defense with Milker right there.
Yeah, another great save, but the race there on that offense able to retake the lead here, trying to go up 2-0 in the series. But Hellcats looking to find something here. Astro can't quite find that one down, trying to leave it for a teammate, but not quite able to find it. Here is Milker taking this one up. He's around 2, but it's going to ricochet off one of the last defenders there. As there now, going to try to leave that one for Zeke, who's pushing that one to the midfield. Going to be blocked off. As Aeon can't quite make that touch. And now is there looking for this one. Going to pop it up high. Looking for another touch. Might have an open net there, but a big save comes through. And that one, Ventus, is one that you're going to want back.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have some sort of urgency there trying to get a quick shot on, but the quality of the touch is not good enough. But it might not matter. Is that one looking for a pass to Astro, but unfortunately they're not going to find that one on target either, trying to even it up. And I mean, that's when you want 30 seconds left. You kind of need an equalizer goal. You've been playing a lot of offense throughout this game. You've been holding a lot of pressure, and you need to convert on those chances, and this might be a chance. There's Astro, got a free touch there from Zeke. Haichu looking for the follow-up, but still the race defense seems to hold strong, and with the last 14 seconds left, they got to do something to break through.
Final 10 seconds here on this one. Can they find something to send us in overtime, or will it be the race taking it all the way? This one shot towards net. Haichu flicking it over the top. It's just Zeke. He's got to try to take control, try to slow down this counterattack. But the ball pops up, sent towards the ground, but it's not going to stay up there. The Race are going to hold on and take game number 2, going up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a tough game. Obviously, the Hellcats had so much more presence on the field this game around. They had 10 shots to Wraith's 5, but it was really that one mistake there with the open net, not being able to shoot it fast enough or quick enough to capitalize on beating out the last defender. And Wraiths just had great plays in transition. Their defense held strong. I think that Hellcats had a lot of good chances. I honestly think that Hellcats played better than the Wraiths in this game number 2, and although the scoreline does not agree with me, I think that their passes out from their like passes to the midfield were really good. They had great chances on offense. It looks like they're gonna bring in Kosh to substitute, maybe get some more life into this Hellcats offense. And you know, I think that this is gonna be an interesting thing. It looks like they're subbing Kosh for Aeon. This is what I would kind of assume would be their starting roster going into this series. I think that unfortunately, I feel like Aeon was also one of the main contributors with the passes. I'm not sure that's going to affect what I was praising about their offense in general, where they're able to find each other passes in the midfield, and kind of those infield passes. Is Aeon, I feel like, was the main driver behind those. We'll have to see if this might be a completely different game, and this is going to be an interesting one for the series.
Yeah, so Hellcats down 0-2, opting not to use the timeout. Instead, gonna make the sub for their 4-man roster, and they're trying to start it out early, but no, it rings off the post. That one would have been a massive momentum shift if they were able to get it in. But now they do make that substitute Kosh for Aeon, which is interesting. They have played with a bit of a 4-man roster this season, have the Hellcats, so understandable they want to try to switch things up and use that sub to their advantage. As this one off the backboard there, out of the midfield, Kosh trying to see if he can make something happen here. Try to bring this series back a little closer. This one shot towards the net. Trying to bump it away. Astro is going to take control. Going to find a flip reset there. Not much doing though. This one popped up. Milker could have sent it towards the backboard. Looking for another touch. Can't quite find it. Here comes there. Looking for the shot there. Saved away by Haichu just in time here. And we've seen about a minute here of this new roster, Ventus. What do you make of it now, having Kosh in, as they're going to get scored on?
Unfortunately, I was going to praise Kosh. I feel like he'd been keeping up a lot in the midfield with making good challenges, making good forces, and kind of keeping up speed-wise with Wraiths is one of the things that I was a little bit questioning, because he's going to be cold coming into this series. And I feel like he's done very well. I mean, I feel like a lot of his touches aren't really recognized. I feel like he's just kind of having to get a lot of forces and 50s in the midfield, which is kind of like an unsung art form. I feel like it's not very credited, but I feel like he's done well in the role so far. It's really going to have to be on whether or not this team can get jump started on offense, whether or not they're going to be able to transition out, because Wraiths once again have kind of been locking them down. I feel like they've been waiting and kind of holding that midfield pressure and just waiting for the touch to come through and wait for the missed touches, especially as Milker is getting a free net on that one, a demo coming through off of that missed touch there by Astro, and the last man having to dive early, open net there. Unfortunately, it seems like the Hellcats, their touches just aren't good enough. They're leaving too much space for the Wraiths to come and take the ball directly off their cars, and the Wraiths, they're just going to take advantage of it. They're going to make the most of what the misplays, and this might be a crazy pre-jump from Zeke, but he almost gets a shot and goal on target, and that's going to be a follow-up. I mean, the Wraiths are just feeling themselves. They are super confident. The clear comes through, but it's not the best. It's not super powerful. Kind of stays in the midfield, and Milker able to get a great play on that, get a good read. Kosh, not the best touch once again, and I mean, this is what happens when you sub in a player who's been cold all series. That maybe they've been going and sitting in free play, but their touches just aren't going to be the best. I feel like they're going to start out a little slow, and I feel like that's what's happened as well. Is see Kosh had a couple missed touches as well. Astro had another missed touch in the midfield as well that led to the Rays' second goal. So maybe just the missed touches coming through. Maybe need to play a little bit more possessive, and it's going to be hard when this Rays player are playing so fast. They're speeding up the gameplay and forcing you to play fast, but you got to try to slow the play down and manipulate the game speed so that you can feel more confident in your play.
Yeah, the Rays are definitely the ones holding all that confidence right now. They find themselves up 3-0 in this game. They're looking to go up 3-0 in the series. Hellcats trying to bounce back. They had a great opportunity off the first kickoff, but since then, completely shut down. That was their only shot for the game. Was that early, about 5 seconds in, that kickoff attempt there. Now, this one back in the Hellcat zone. Zeke is taking to the backboard, looking to try to find a double tap. He's dropping it down, but Astro is going to find that touch just in time there. Milker taking this one slow, taking this one up towards the backboard. They're going to find a big 50 as they're towards the net. Astro going to help him out, clear that one away. As Milker, again, looking to stay with this one, but it's just pushed off to the side. Zeke looking to keep it around, but the Hellcats desperately need to try to find some offense here. Trying to avoid going down at 3-0 in the series. This one popped up. Milker is going to find a touch away to the corner. This one, a big triple commit comes through. Great opportunity for the Hellcats there if they can get it across in the midfield, but a little bit slow on the recovery here. As this one is shot towards the net. It's there, but they can't put it in. And again, Ventus, when you're the underdog here, the 6th seed, and you're already down in the series, you got to make the most of every opportunity that you get.
Yeah, and especially coming off of that triple commit where I believe it was Zaire bumped both of his teammates, forcing himself to be the last man back. You really want to hope that they could convert on that kind of chance. But Astro had another mistouch in the corner. It wasn't able to get there. But I feel like this Hellcats roster, especially Cautious, started to heat up. I feel like he's been getting better touches. He's been getting more beats. And I feel like he's been able to keep possession a lot more. And he's been able to manipulate the speed of gameplay, which is what I wanted to see out of Hellcats. Unfortunately, hasn't really worked out from them, but it has led to them getting some more opportunities on the offense and more transitions out of it, being able to break the pressure. But as I say that, a great double tap, a better save though, coming through from Haichu, and Wraiths still don't look to be done yet, as they're going to look to add some more shots on target, but another save by Kosh comes through, and unfortunately, it seems like this Wraith squad just might not be able to keep up, or this Wraith squad, this Hellcat squad might not be able to keep up with the speed of the Wraiths.
Yeah, I mean, the Wraiths barely able to keep up with the speed of themselves here, so they're making some great plays here, some great passes, some great shot attempts, but just unable for the Hellcats to find their own, as that one gets right down in the midfield. The ball is still there, looking for someone, but instead they find nobody. And the Wraiths, they are going to be the ones fighting a Game 3 victory and a 3-0 series lead. Now only one win away from moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm starting to see Hellcats do some more of the right stuff, right? I feel like they had a couple great passes. Astro had a pass there to Kosh that if Kosh were able to shoot that one, it was guaranteed to be a goal. And their touches are getting better. I feel like Kosh and Astro are getting more beats in the midfield, something I was looking at them doing, and they're also getting and keeping more possession. The Wraiths still, though, they are just outspeeding, outpacing, and I mean, they don't seem to be doing anything different, right? This is their MO. I mean, we'd see them change a little bit in game 2 when they had to play more counterattack style, and they were able to do so really well, but it seems like this is what they're most comfortable with. You saw Zeke going for a crazy pre-jump off the ceiling because he's just that confident in his teammates. They're out shooting, they're outperforming Hellcats, and individually they're just a much quicker team.
Yeah, they definitely are there, and looking to seal the deal here on this one, as we're going to be heading towards game number 4 here on this one, and opted for no timeout here for the Hellcats. So they're just gonna go right forward here, Ventus, and try to just end there, try to pull back a reverse sweep here in a best of 7.
Yeah, and you know, I'm always a fan of using your timeout, especially if you go down. I think that just being able to talk about it more, get your teammates' opinions on what you need to change as well is really beneficial. You want everybody to get on the same page, and I think a lot of teams, like I know Titan teams specifically, can do this a lot in between the games. We allow like a little bit of leeway between the end of game lobby and next game, so when us casters are talking about the game and kind of the stuff like that, their teams are also able to talk about it. But I think just the extra 60 seconds is a big deal. I think that it's not that Hellcats are throwing in the towel, but I feel like they would be able to be much more on the same page. They'd be able to follow up each other more. They'd be able to talk about what they need to do, but maybe they already know what they need to do. As Kosh is a great follow-up there off that 50 from Astro, and a great shot puts them up 1-0. You know, it's a great play. I think that Zaire was playing really fast, overcommitted a little bit as the third man, and committed very early. The beat comes through, which is what they need. They need to keep up with this team, and they did so in that possession. Were able to score this time. I think that they had a lot more chances last game as well that they could have scored, and if they had converted. So, you know, Hellcat's not in a horrible position.
Yeah, no, I mean, able to find that first goal to their ledger there. We saw the sub that came in. Kosh can throw that one in the back of the net. And now for the Hellcats, can they keep that going? Can they turn it into something more? That is the big question here, as now they have to try to find 4 straight wins if they're going to want to move on in the playoffs and head to the semifinals. The race, they just need to find one here. This one's set back down. Milkert gonna find a touch off the wall there. Milkert again looking for 50. Gonna go underneath. Zeke trying to help him out, but Astro is gonna take some control here. Gonna stay on this one. Gonna flip it over the top there. Trying to find a dunk on the second, but that one is just gonna fall all the way through. And the Hellcats have a 2-0 lead.
Yeah. this is when you start to see, because the Hellcats are playing faster in the midfield, they're starting to get more beats, and the overcommit and the third man commit coming from the Wraiths is being caught out a little bit too much. You see both those goals were from a push-up or an optimistic play from one of the players from the Wraiths, and then when they got beat in the midfield, it just left a wide open net, and a potential scoring opportunity is another great pass there. It seems like Hellcats, they didn't need to talk about what they need to do anymore. I believe that they were playing a lot better at the end of and the second half of game number 3. So even though they were the 3-0 scoreline, I thought they held it a lot closer. And I think it's just, you know, you got to play your game. I think this is what the Hellcats wanted to do. They're starting to take advantage of that third man and the confidence in Wraiths as well. I think that the Wraiths are going to need to start pulling their third man back a little bit more, maybe some more fake challenges, maybe some more cuts in the midfield for your third man so that he can play a little bit more back. But Hellcats seem to have a little good idea of how to score and how to take advantage of them, so I will have to see how Wraiths respond.
Yeah, we saw him, you know, in that game number 2 when the Hellcats turned up that aggression, the Wraiths winning that counterattack play style. We'll see if they try to fall back to that again here as they find themselves down by 2 here in this game number 4. Zeke looking to grab this one off the wall there. Ball going to pop up high in the midfields there. Pushing this one a long way. Haichu gonna find the saves there. Right back to it though. Trying to put it over the top of the ball. Drop it down, looking for a bump there. Ball floats out of the midfield. Haichu is gonna find that touch, able to clear it away. As Zeke gonna leave that one for Milker. They're gonna get around 2. This one, a dangerous ball in the midfield, but Haichu gonna help keep that pressure away from their net. As this one pops up in the midfield, dangerous ball. The race getting a little panicky there. As Astro sends one off the corner, Zeke gonna find a touch, but here comes Kosh. Gonna send this one up high, forcing 2 players to the backboard there. Haichu, he's also gonna push this one up high. Zeke is gonna be there, able to clear it away. Able to find a flip reset. It's that one. Haichu is gonna pick up a savior medal. And the Hellcats really holding strong on the defensive end right now. And Ventus with 1 minute 10 seconds remaining in the race, really just haven't been able to find that same offense that we saw in the last couple games.
Yeah, I think it's because they did what I said. They pulled their third man back a little bit, and it's kind of causing them not to be able to get as many follow-ups, not able to get as many cuts in the midfield. And another overcommit there this time, though, from the Raids leads to a goal, and the Hellcats seem to be catching out that third man way too frequently. When they have been pulling it back, you haven't seen any counterattacks being scored. But when the Wraiths start to get aggressive, when they start to get pressure in the Hellcats' end, they always start to leave their third man trickling and cheating up more and more. And that's when the hole comes through, and Hellcats just bide their time, wait for the overcommit, and then just pop a long shot on target, pop a beat, trying to get the play on that last man back, and they just play the waiting game. They wait for the overcommit or the misplay to come out, the misrotation, and then they pounce. They take advantage of it, and I feel like it's really stunted the Wraiths' pressure because they can't commit all 3 players onto the ball because they're not playing as fast, or if they're playing as fast, they're still getting beat. Hellcats are playing faster than them now, and they can't have the same kind of style or same kind of play that they could previously when they could just beat every player out to the ball and not have to worry. They could leave their third man up because they know that they're going to just outspeed the other team and not have to worry about getting back because they were going to score on those chances. So a big development in the series because it seems like Hellcats have found the playstyle that works against them, and I mean, they've done so beautifully. I feel like they've caught and capitalized every single time, and this is what they could have been doing last game. I think that they missed a couple chances towards the end of the series where we would have seen a closer game number 3, but game number 4 is very swung. It's a very dominant play from the Hellcats, and even though they have about the same amount of shots, I think that you know, the Hellcats just played a better series. They just capitalized on what they needed to, and they didn't do anything too fancy. I didn't feel like it felt like Astro in the first few games kind of went for some crazy touches and possession catches from like really difficult positions, and he wasn't able to get the correct touch that he wanted, gave the possession away to Wraiths. Now you see him going for safer touches where he knows he can control it, where he knows he can keep possession. Same thing with Kosh, and they're able to change and manipulate the style of play where then the third man has to dive because they have possession, and then they're just able to beat that last man out. So it's really good development from the Hellcats. They've been able to adapt at this point. They didn't even need to use the timeout, not that it matters, because if they lose one more game, it's all over, and they need to complete a reverse sweep for the upset to happen. Well, not upset, but well, yeah.
Yeah, it's upset.
It is upset. 6 seed versus 3. It's I don't know. I never think of anything as upset in the playoffs because it's anybody's game really. I think anybody could take down anybody if they're on their game, if they're playing at their ceiling. So to me, upsets might not really happen. But on paper, yeah, it would constitute an upset.
Yeah, it would be an upset if they're able to bring it back here. We'll have to see if they can keep things going. And I know people love to talk about reverse sweeps. There have only been a handful in Nemesis history of best of 7 reverse sweeps. There have been 6 all-time Ventus, and of those 6, the reverse sweeping has been done by the 1 seed 5 of those 6 times. So it doesn't really bode too well for this series. The only other one was a Venom team that was just an anomaly in all things considered. Was the 10 seed, pulled a reverse sweep in the grand finals somehow to find the 4th championship. So that's just an anomaly. Other than that, we've seen all the 1 seeds have been the only ones to find a reverse sweep. But we'll see if the Hellcats can make history, as it's going to be Kosh striking with the first goal in game number 5.
Great demo from Haichu, good speed from Astro, trying to get the shot on, forces a double commit as well from the Wraiths, and Kosh is then able to follow up. You see the missed touches, or the missed rotations coming out from Wraiths rather, and they're starting to make more mistakes on defense now. They're starting to make more double commits. They're not trusting each other because that third man is constantly getting beat. They don't have as much faith and confidence in each other as they had previously, and that's a great bump and leaving an open net for Zeke, but he absolutely trolls it as he wasn't able to put that one in. The Hellcats were able to get back in time and keep that one out, but the pressure's still there, and I do not know how they were not able to score on that one.
I mean, that was about as wide open as it gets there. All Zeke had to do was make just any touch, but instead, it's going to get saved away. Haichu on the goal line there, able to make it happen, as that one was a tough one for the race here, as now they find themselves in an awkward spot here, dominating the first 3 games. Even took that game number 3 as a big shot coming through, but a great save from Astro, avoiding the demo and getting that ball real quick. But the race dominated those first 3 games. Game number 3, we saw Kosh sub in. Didn't quite work as well as they wanted, but game 4, a great showing from them. And now game 5, find themselves in the lead here to the Hellcats, looking to try to bring this to a Forbidden Temple, to that game number 6. As Kosh sends one off the ceiling, ball dropping down, Zeke gonna find a touch. Astro again off the corner, the ball pops up, looking for the redirect, can't quite find it. Kosh gonna dive on this one, but he's getting beat out. Milker demoed for his efforts. This one turns back around. Zeke to Zaire. Now Milkert watching this one pop up high. Gonna opt to take control here. Kosh gonna find a 50. This one pinched off to the corner though. As the Hellcats still holding on to this lead here, Ventus, and the race, they are trying to get some offenses. This one could be a big opportunity, but Haichu is able to block that one away. And yeah, right now Ventus, as we approach halfway, score is still 1-0 in favor of the Hellcats.
Yeah, I think that the Hellcats are just playing better, if that's an awkward thing to say. But as I say that, a demo coming out on the third man, the beat coming out in the midfield, a miss there by Haichu rather, and Milker able to just put that one towards the net. Zeke is finally there for the follow-up this time, and race, they should have been tied 1-1 earlier. They finally get the equalizer, and I feel like these two teams have really settled in right neck and neck with each other. I feel like Hellcats have started to figure out what to do. The Wraiths are having to adapt a lot, and a great just dunk, the send on the catch. It looked like he was taking the possession for a flick there in Haichu, and Milker just fully diving on that one, just able to completely throw the players off guard, get the dunk, get the goal. Rates are going up 2-1, but like I said, I feel like this game is so close. I feel like both these teams are playing right towards their ceiling now. I feel like Hellcats have finally started to threaten at every single second of the game, where they're constantly pressuring net and constantly making good saves, constantly getting bumps as well in the midfield. Their speed of play has increased. They've been able to put Wraiths on the back foot a lot, and we see another shot coming out from Haichu there, and I just think that we're starting to see better and better Rocket League from these teams as the series goes on.
You love to see it here. Both teams trying to step up in this winner go home series. This one's flicked towards the net. Milker gonna make a save in the race, locking down on defense a couple times here. They have to do it again here as the Hellcats gonna be ready to make an attack here. Kosh pops this one up, gonna find a flip reset, gonna keep it around. But only a minute 30 remaining now for the Hellcats. Can they find something here? Gonna have to do so if they want their season to extend a little bit longer. This one off to the corner. Kosh can't quite find the touch he's looking for. Does get a bump through though. This one's sent back in to the race corner. Controlled by Zeke. Big 50 coming across. Kosh gonna take this one. Pops it up high. Astro is diving for that one, but it's gonna be sent a long way. Now 60 seconds remaining here. Hellcats, if they're gonna want to battle back, gonna need to find a goal here to at least force overtime. And they might have found something there. A big 50. Astro coming through, but they can't find it. The Wraiths somehow, some way, hold on right there. That was a huge chance for the Hellcats. And now 40 seconds remaining. Will they get another opportunity like that? As Milker pushing this one down, trying to find a dagger. But it's Astro. It's a 3-on-1. Zeke is to the backboard there. He's going to be right in the way to block that one off. And this one pinched a long way. And the Hellcats, their season on the line here. Trying to make something happen. This ball off the ceiling. Milker, he's still looking for a dagger there. Going to keep it around in the corner. Just trying to get in the way. Kosh taking control. Trying to send it down. He's going to find a demo. Ball in the midfield. Double commit comes through. Hellcats, do they have a miracle in them? Milker is going to send this one out. Astro got to try to take this one all the way. The ball's popping up. Zeke, he's going to send it back into Hellcats' ends. There is looking for the dagger of his own. He sends it down, and the Race are going to move on to the semifinals.
Man, I mean, a very close series. I think if I were on this team, I probably, and I said this at the beginning, I believe that Kosh was the right play. I think that him starting, I mean, even though they lost game number 3 when he did sub in, I feel like it was a pretty competitive series. I feel like they had a lot of chances, especially towards the second half when they started ramping up. And then I feel like game 4 and then this game number 5, they were very close. I mean, Hellcats were dominant in game number 4. And then in game number 5, I mean, they lose barely out. They had to make some great saves on defense from the Wraiths. And you know, I can't be too upset. I mean, I thought this was going to be a little bit closer than it was, but we did see a lot of really close games. I mean, I feel like overall the Hellcats started to figure out what the Wraiths were doing. They were starting to get more chances. We saw some higher elevated gameplay from them as well. And, you know, I might have predicted the Wraiths were going to win in 4-2, and I was pretty close with the 4-1. I will say, not to brag, but it's just like, I think that this series was a lot closer than it really was. I feel like that each of the games, especially that last game, could have gone either way. If another 50-50 goes towards Hellcats' way, they get another net, or they maybe shoot like slightly better, or they make it slightly less optimal save coming out from the Wraiths. I feel like we're seeing a completely different game and a completely different series. Unfortunately, I feel like losing those first 2 games without that kind of roster in the beginning kind of stunted them, and I feel like that might have been the difference for the series.
Yeah, it could have been, and you know, all you can look back on now if you're the Hellcats is you know, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Unfortunately, that's not really going to help them as their season is over. The Race are going to move on to the semifinals, so big congratulations to them. If we could pull up that Challenger League playoff bracket, we've got now all 4 of our semifinalists set here. Ventus in the Challenger League, and you know, it's been an exciting Challenger League playoff so far. And it looks like it's going to be pretty chalk with now 1, 2, 3, 4 moving on.
Yeah, I mean, there were some times where I thought Motion and Bishops were gonna play upset. They were gonna take down that 1 and 2 seed, but unfortunately, the Juggernauts proved to be too strong. They proved that they were at the top of the standings for a reason, and you know, I think these games are going to be really, really good. I think that Wraiths and Griffins is going to be a very close series. I think Griffins are going to play well into Wraiths. We're going to see more of kind of the play style that Hellcats figured out, but the Griffins kind of naturally play it. I feel like that worked well into the Wraiths. We'll see if that can cause anything. I mean, I think that the Venom Raptors series was a little bit unfortunate with the Raptors missing Camden. I think that one would have been a lot closer, potentially an upset there. But Venom, obviously going forward, I think that it's going to be a very interesting matchup, especially getting to see friends in Nervebot and Fort kind of going head to head against each other in the semis, trying to play for the ticket to the grand finals. I think that I don't know. I think that the best four teams obviously are moving on, but I think there were some questions throughout each of their series whether or not they were actually supposed to be at the next level, and I mean they answered them. So it's super exciting rest of playoff bracket.
Yeah, no, it is going to be exciting. I mean, people don't like necessarily like chalk 1, 2, 3, 4, no upsets, but Ventus, I do like that because that means we do have the four top teams from the regular season going at it in the semifinals. It's going to set up some banger semifinal matchups in the Challenger League, so all eyes will be on those ones: Dissolve versus Venom, and then Griffins, and obviously Race moving on now as well. So big congratulations to them, to all those teams. We'll be seeing them starting next week for those semifinals. But we've got to keep things rolling here because we still have two more matches on the docket for tonight, two more semifinal spots to determine here. First up, coming up next in a few minutes here, we're heading to the Rival League where we have a rival taking on Whiteout. Another battle here of 4 versus 5, and we'll see who is going to come out on top and get themselves a date with the good old undefeated Gravelords. So make sure you guys stick around, and we will see you guys in a few minutes.
The devil's wearing Prada cause he probably goes over to your place and takes your old clothes. She likes her lines on counters and a bedpost. She clips her wings to walk among the shadows. They say to her, falling from heaven, of all the deadly sins, she's lucky seven. They say to her, falling from heaven, and tell me, did it hurt? Cause the day that brought me you, she broke her halo clean in two, and turned the pieces into whores. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Don't say that I didn't warn you. She'll break you like she was born to. Don't say that I didn't warn you. She'll break you just cause she's born.
What happened to the angel I once knew? The phantom pain saying that our love was true. She needs something fresh to sink her fangs into. She's blazing red, I tried to warn you. They say did it hurt, falling from heaven? Of all the deadly sins, she's lucky seven. They say did it hurt, falling from heaven? Tell me, does it hurt? Cause the day they brought me you, she broke her halo clean in two, and turned the pieces into whores. Don't say that I didn't warn you.
Don't say that I didn't warn you.
seconds remaining. This team's gonna be playing hard for it. Oh my goodness, Rudy, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch he's looking for. KO. Scott the oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through. Replace this head. He's gonna get the shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. On the backward. Can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net.
High off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
This series, hold on. Surely this can. Oh my
Go
lord!
with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Oh, Palpatine on the goal line.
Nearly over.
A sweep. It comes through. The Venom, the improbable, the impossible, the 4-time champions.
Hey guys, it's me Flipped and Tiff the win here, and we are back with another Nemesis Gaming League playoff game. We are here in the Rival League, where we've got a rival versus Whiteout, and this is going to be the last semifinal match for the Rival League here. Joining me in the booth is Ventus once again. Ventus, how you doing, man?
You know, I'm doing fantastic. I was thinking we were gonna have a little bit of issues. We thought we heard Kizvin might not be making an appearance, but he is. But we've also heard some questionable things about Whiteout behind the scenes with how their scrim went before this series. We'll see. This is gonna be a very interesting. Oh, it looks like you are muted, so you might need to fix your mic.
Me? What?
Yeah.
What?
That's what Flame says. I'm not sure.
How am I muted?
I didn't.
I know I'm not muted. I can see my bubble going.
Oh, he's lying. This guy's a larper.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, I mean, the 4 and 5 seed. I think whoever's gonna go up against, or whoever wins this series is gonna go up against Gravelords, the undefeated team, looking to go their 21-0 season, and you know they got big shoes to fill. Obviously, I think that either team is gonna have a hard time, but I think my assumption right now is that a rival probably plays better into Gravelords and has a higher ceiling. So I hope that they're able to take down Whiteout here. I think it's going to be close, though. If I had to say, I would put a rival winning in 6 against Whiteout. If I had to make a prediction.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go a little bit more bold here. This is going to be a nice 4-0 sweep here for a rival. And I think it's going to be a Kisby show. However, there's a huge caveat, and that is if Mayo has been playing the game. And we'll have to see. But I am going to go ahead and take a rival in 4. I'd love to be wrong, but I'd also... I think I've been getting worried. Yeah, Mayo has not been playing the game. So, yeah, we'll have to see here. And going into game number 1, it'll be a test of, I think, the Whiteout defense, which whenever we played against them, it was super counterattack, demo heavy, is good enough to get past this rival offense, which is mainly Kisby. But we'll have to see as Kisby gets a nice shot there and an early goal. And this is why it's mainly Kisby, because he's just that guy.
Can I change my prediction? Is it too late?
No.
Okay. Well, Kisby, a good shot there, getting the beat on Mayo, I believe. Evan not able to get back in time, kind of puts it in the back of his net, trying to get back, and you know, early goal for a rival. This is gonna be an interesting series to say the least. We heard some things about Whiteout not doing and not performing very well in their scrim beforehand, that they were a little bit upset at themselves, so we'll see if the mental transfers into this series, if they start kind of getting annoyed at themselves, playing worse, and you know, hopefully they can reset, hopefully their mental can reset, and yeah, obviously you're talking about looking at Mayo. I think that Mayo will play consistent and solid this series, but I'm looking at Evan and Nuki to really step up, and I don't know much about them, which is why I want them to step up and kind of like show me who they really are. You know, if they're kind of the great players. And what a touch there by Mayo. Absolutely disgusting. And Mayo able to put them back on the board, tie up the game 1-1. And a good touch there by Nuki. A double commit comes out. Milky's last. And just a good beat from Mayo. A great touch. Trying to go for a touch and potentially a bump. Beats out the player. I mean, a great play. Tying up the score. And, you know, maybe my prediction will hold true. We'll see.
Yeah, I think, you know, they definitely can take a game. They are very solid players. Milky looking to get a flip reset here, not going to go through. Going for the bump instead as Nuki going to hit that one over to Evan. Evan looking for the clear out, but Kizzy with a nice challenge. Mayo and Nuki both going to be up, but they're able to get that ball cleared long. And Milky a little awkward. This one bounces off his own backboard. Mayo gets the beat. The pass is mid, but Crates has to get a nice flick, but Evan with a great dunk there. An early challenge, but it was Whiteout once again on the offensive end, they were looking for one counterattack opportunity. Now it's a rival trying to get one, but Nuki gonna send that one long. Crates off his own backboard to Milky. Milky looking for the double. He has it to the other corner. Mayo trying to keep that ball in the rival half, but it's not really working out here as Kizzy with a nice 50. Mayo with a good touch. Mayo getting around another. Evan's gonna have the clear. No, Mayo gets another beat. Mayo could have an opportunity here. Nuki gets in his way just a little bit. Maybe a little miscommunication there as that ball gets cleared long. Evan trying to pass that one over to Mayo and buy a little bit of time. And Mayo, who doesn't get the touch there, was looking for a nice play. Milky, who's been playing really well on the ball, in my opinion, so far. He's been kind of trying to get that ball cleared as Kisvy is able to get that ball finally pinched out of his own half. Milky now looking for the shot. That one not around Evan, who pre-jumped. Milky doesn't get the bump. Crates with not a lot of boost, trying to pop that one high. And Nuki and Evan both going to go for that one. But so far, Whiteout, they've been doing a good job of getting this pressure on. It's just, this is the scary time. Whenever you have Kisvy on the ball, but not whenever you have Mayo, apparently, as he gets the long clear, gets the beat. And Arrival go down here. Whiteout with a nice back-to-back goals here. A 2-1 lead here for Whiteout.
Yeah, and you just see the miscommunication coming out. You see Kisby trying to hit it out to Crates, but Milky's expecting the pass to go to him. He jumps. Kisby ends up beating him out. Crates is 0 boost. He can't really make a play on the ball, but as last man back, he has to make a diving attempt. And Mayo just taps it around him, gets the beat. And, I mean, it's just a play where the players from Arrival aren't on the same page on the offense, and they make a crucial error in the rotation, and they kind of beat out each other, making it a lot easier for Whiteout to capitalize. And you know, it's not something you want to see if you're rooting for that 4-0 sweep, as Whiteout is able to take the lead right now in game number 1, looking to take away the game. But obviously, Arrival is not going to be done and out yet. We're going to see plenty more chances for them, and we'll just have to see if they convert.
Gives you no boost, trying to get some play on the ball here. Just going to have to give that one over to Evan. Sends that one really long. Milky, a little awkward. The touch to the corner, no flip though, so the recovery's not great. And Crates, it's going to go ahead and help out Evan right there. I can't say much about that one. Yeah, he drops a whoops in the chat because I think he knows.
Yeah, and I mean, it really stems from Milky. Milky jumps early, tries to get a reset pop to himself in the corner, doesn't get it at all, kind of gives the ball away. Crates is left in an awkward spot and has to kind of just cover as much space as he can, and it ends up being that he puts the ball into his own net. And so, I think that it's just more miscommunication and a little bit of a misplay from Arrival, and we'll have to see if they're able to clean it up. But right now, I feel like Whiteout has been the more consistent team. We haven't seen too many double commits coming out. Their defense has played pretty solid, and they've been able to relieve a lot of pressure pretty easily, especially with how dominant usually this Arrival offense is with Kisby in the pitch.
Yeah, and Kisby right there had an opportunity. Milky cut him off just a little bit, and now the ball floating in the Whiteout half once again, and feels like Arrival, I don't know if they're, like, the communication feels a little off here. They feel like they're not calming to each other. Maybe they're a little nervous. It definitely does happen. First game of playoffs, gotta shake off the nerves a little bit, as Nuki gonna get a nice touch here. And Whiteout looking to shut down my prediction immediately. Kisby looking to make it come true. Kisby doesn't get the double. Crate shot, not going to be good enough to go through. That Mayo defensive line is going to be huge this series. And if Whiteout wants to win this one, it's going to be off the back of that right there. As Crate's able to get a long clear. Mayo, once again, playing that last man with some good control. Trying to get a good 50 here on Kisby. That ball shoots across NK. Nuki going to be there. Nuki looking for one more touch. Milky gets around him. Not a lot of time left, and tried to do too much there. Evan, not a great touch, but Crate's shot not going to be on target. The clear out from Mayo as well. Nuki, one more touch, and that'll do it. My prediction's already wrong. Whiteout's looking great. A 3-1 win here in pretty solid fashion after a really awful warm-up scrim block from them. So, yeah, Arrival, they felt not a team. That didn't look like a team to me. That looked like 3 players playing some solo queue games.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that you saw a lot of disconnect. You saw them beating each other out, not trusting each other, going for double commits. I mean, the first goal Whiteout scored was off of a double commit in the midfield that they didn't trust each other on, and then Mayo was able to beat out that last man back. Their second goal was because Kisvy beat out a player of his own, and the third man was kind of stuck on an island, kind of not really able to do anything. And so it's just like they're beating themselves. I don't think that Whiteout is playing particularly great, but I feel like Arrival just has not been up to the caliber that they are expected to be at. I feel like Milky has gotten a lot of mistouches. They're bumping each other in the midfield. They're leaving open nets for Whiteout. I just feel like this entire roster is not really on their game. And I mean, just another not great touch from Milky. Craig's trying to go back for the back corner boost that Kisvy is already going to after the kickoff started. And so there's a lot of miscommunication, a lot of rotational issues, especially with this Arrival squad. And you know, makes me worry a bit for my prediction, even with me expecting 4-2 for Arrival. It seems like Arrival can't come out the gates really slow. They need to ramp things up, and you know, if Whiteout can continue to shut them down like that and force them to play poorly, I feel like it might even be Whiteout's game to lose. Even though we heard from the grapevine that they had gotten destroyed by Gravelords in a scrim, though. You know, scrimming Gravelords might be the thing that has helped them out. They've been able to play quicker. They've been able to play more aggressive because they haven't experienced the speed from Arrival that matches the Gravelords roster yet. So maybe it's just they're not playing as high of a tier as they were in scrims, and so now they're feeling a lot more confident and they're playing and outspeeding the other team. But again, it's just like Arrival is just making constant misplays or mistouches. I feel is the biggest reason why this game is so lopsided. It feels.
Yeah, now it's going to be a Rival trying to figure out kind of what they can do against. I feel like the speed, like you said, you know, I feel like this Whiteout team, they are playing with a different speed as Nuki gets a huge beat there. Evan and Mayo both in the midfield. Kisby up a year ago, doesn't get the touch though. And so Crates looking for the clear now with one touch. Maybe a follow-up, but a huge demo there. Kisby, not a lot of boost to work with here. Mayo on the backboard gets one touch, gets bumped out. Milky trying to collect it, trying to get a pass mid. Not going to be there. And Crates on 0 boost just has to sit there and watch, and that can be so painful sometimes, but Nuki's going to get that pass down mid. Crates now doesn't get the touch he wanted, but a huge bump comes out. Kisby off the sidewall. Kisby looking for one more. The fake. Kisby going for another one. The 50. Oh my goodness. 0 boost. Doesn't matter. Mechanics are mechanics. He makes it go through.
Yeah, you know, my favorite saying is no boost, no problems, because you can kind of just do whatever, and you're not expected that much. But I mean, he just puts up great fakes. He acts like he does have the boost, throws the opponent off, and you know, this might come to be a spot where Arrival starts to find their footing, something where Kisvy has kind of solo played them into the game, and you know, this is someone that we're talking as the number 3 player in Rival League. I feel like he's one of the top players and player rated specifically in the Rival League, behind you know, the Pineapples of Flip Gen 10 and Flashy, but not to
yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
But this Arrival squad has so much potential. I know I've played with Crates a lot recently. He's really solid. I've played with Milky a lot. He's pretty solid as well. I mean, all these players from Arrival are really good. And so I feel like they just need a little bit. They need a couple goals to get going. But I'm supposed to never glaze you again, Flip, so I apologize for that.
No, that's okay. Flashy, you can be the hater all you want. Arrival, they're just going to keep shooting the ball in Crates, showing why he deserves to be here right now. A huge shot here, and this is a very powerful shot from about midfield, and obviously Evan backwards, sideways, no boost, nothing going right there in net.
Yeah, and I mean, this is when you see the real Arrival. I feel like they were just snoozing in game number 1, but you see the speed ramping up. You see them constantly getting more and more pressure. They're getting a lot of beats in the midfield, and even when they're getting beat, they're getting a bump like that from Kisvy, where he might have gotten beat to the ball, but he bumped the player off the ball to allow them to regain possession or partial possession. And it's just the Arrival looking more of like their actual selves and how they should be playing, and maybe game 1 was a fluke. Maybe it was just Whiteout playing really well, coming off of the speed from their scrim. We're not really sure, but either way, they kind of gifted Whiteout a free game. We'll have to see if Arrival is going to kind of play up to how they're supposed to be, or if they're going to kind of let Whiteout
Oh,
have
no.
the way, but a crazy miss there on the back line, and Nuki kind of has to cover. All three players are in net for Whiteout. No one's touching the ball. The pass out to the midfield. Crates is there, not going to be able to get a shot there. I thought that was going to be a really dangerous situation with all three players in the Whiteout net, but it looked like it didn't harm anything, and it actually might net them as Milky, another mistouch, Crate having to cover for him, and I feel like Milky has just gotten not the touches he wants, but it doesn't matter with an open net. A great touch there from Kisvy, and Kisvy has been getting great touches, let me tell you that. A great touch off the sidewall, beats out both players in Whiteout, waiting for the miss, and creates just a free little open net, and just a great play from Arrival. This is how I expect them to be playing, though. This is not anything new. This is what we've seen all throughout the regular season. It's the reason why they're the 3 seed or 4 seed.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think they're playing a little more defense than I expect, from them. But either way, I feel like the counterattacks are working well. But I think whenever they are in the Whiteout half, they're still making a lot of good plays as well. So I feel like this is kind of them finding themselves in the series. Mayo going for the musty flick. A couple incidents happen on the goal line, but the ball does get cleared out to Kisvy, who's looking for one more touch. Gets the pop, but it's going to be cleared away here from Mayo. Mayo looking for one more. Crates going to send that one straight down. Looking for the double touch. Crates has the dunk. Oh my goodness, Crates is everywhere right now. Mayo going to get one touch. Gets a 50, but that one is going to go in favor of Milky as Crates now trying to backtrack, trying to get that ball cleared out for his team. Kisby in the midfield, looking for the double touch. Mayo has to get the touch here. Off the backboard, a little awkward. Crate shot, gonna get saved away by Nuki. Milky with 0 boost. Tried to get the clear, but it's gonna be Kisby instead, getting one touch. Mayo getting the long one. And another 3-1 game here. Clock winds down. Ventus, kind of a flip of the script from last time. This game only, what was that, 2 shots for a Whiteout? That is, not what you want to see if you're this Whiteout team, but obviously this Arrival team, I think, took a step up. I think their challenges were a whole lot better. In this game specifically, they were challenging for each other, it felt like, and so I think as a whole, Arrival starting to wake up a little bit. And Whiteout, if you want to start putting more pressure on the series, I think I need to see a couple more demos come out, because that's what whenever I played y'all, that was the most annoying thing in the entire world. And so that's what I expect.
Maybe we only saw a couple demos coming out from Whiteout that series. I believe it was either 1 or 2, and Arrival had 5 there. So a little bit different in the demo department. Kisvy kind of getting those demos and enabling his team, just creating more space that way. And, I think that Arrival has woken up finally. I'm still looking at Milky. I feel like he's kind of had a lackluster game. I think that his touches have just not been what he wants, and he's maybe going for too crazy of control touches or too difficult touches. I think maybe he needs to just simplify the game a little bit, maybe take easier touches just to make sure that he starts to get that confidence back that he's able to control the ball. And for Whiteout, I just feel like they have been getting outsped, so now they need to figure out whether they need to cut more, whether or not Mayo needs to transition to a different role. He's been kind of that first man for them, and I don't know if it's necessarily been working. It worked in game number 1, but I feel like game number 1 was a fluke game regardless. We'll have to see. I feel like Whiteout are still a very solid team, but I'm honestly like, it might sound like Glaze, but I think this Arrival team on paper and in theory should be the team to beat, at least in this series. And if Mayo has that sidewall or corner read there, though, maybe I changed my mind if Mayo is starting to peak. But from what I've heard, he hasn't been playing the game much, and he actually is on 1 hour past 2, and that hour was from yesterday. So we'll see. I'm not sure that Mayo is really up to the prime that he can be, or the kind of caliber player that he has been in the regular season. We'll have to see if he's able to find his groove even without playing much. And I think that Arrival is just a cleaner, put together team right now.
We'll have to see if that still holds, as all 3 of those players were past the ball at that point, but the ball just not on target. That ball bouncing mid, though. Mayo, you have that read every day, baby. That one in the back of the net. And Mayo getting the first goal here for Whiteout, who have been a lot more aggressive already this game. Mayo with 3 shots. They only had 2 last game, so a great pressure here from Whiteout. Obviously, the pinch a little lucky, but we did just we did just see a very, I feel like, dominant whiteout, like, kind of possession. And I feel like we're seeing a big difference here with Arrival's third man. I feel like they're playing super high up, and it's kind of catching them out just a little bit as Kizzy with 0 boost, having to get the pinch, looking for the wall dash, doesn't get the follow-up. Milky with 1 touch, but that's out to the midfield. Kizzy looking for 1, but a double commit there from whiteout. Crates gonna look for some control. I lied. He's going to miss the ball and pinch it out somehow. Mayo now looking for the pass mid. Nuki's going to be there. Nuki's shot not going to come through. And there's Milky, where I feel like Milky should be sitting on that pass every day of the week or challenging Mayo a little sooner. Either way, it just feels like the touches from Arrival are not, they're not playing for each other once again. It kind of reminds me a little bit of game 1 as Milky trying to chase down that ball a little bit. Kizzy with 0 boost, still able to get 1 touch, but Mayo was waiting for it. Mayo now looking for his teammate once again. Nuki's going to be there. Nuki doesn't get the touch though. And Kizzy with 0 boost, able to pick up the 100, but the touch was straight out mid. Crates now trying to take a little bit of control, gets dunked out by Nuki. Nuki looking for the follow, but it's going to be Milky passing that ball straight down mid. Nobody there from whiteout. The ball trying to get cleared. Evan has a shot. Kisby going to be there for the save. Mayo puts that ball back mid. Nuki already up in the air. Go for the flip reset. Double. Doesn't get the touch. There's a pop up way high. And Crates went on that ball again, and I feel like I'm saying it over and over and over again because they keep doing it over and over and over again. It is miscommunication. It's one player touching the ball around another for Arrival. They need to clean up this defense pronto if they want to win this series, because right now Whiteout feels like has all the pressure.
Yeah. I feel like Whiteout has taken a step towards how they were playing in game number 1, forcing a lot of these mistakes, and it seems like, you know, maybe it wasn't Arrival just playing poorly. Maybe when Whiteout was playing very well, they were forcing Arrival to make a lot worse decisions, panicking a lot more, miscommunication a lot more, because Whiteout has been able to step up the speed. And I just feel like time and time again it's these missed touches, but Kisby's almost able to follow it up. Crates with a shot, that one top corner, and that one gonna find the back of the net. A great follow there from Crates, a great play from Kisby. Mayo giving a little bit too much space. He could have challenged as soon as Kisby got a hard touch on that ball and kind of lost possession, but he elects to wait. Kisby regains the possession using the last of his 12 boost, gets the shot on net, and it's just a great play from Arrival. What you want to see, Arrival back in the game, but a miss there from Milky leaves a wide open net, and Milky needs to fix his touches, man. I feel like he has not been getting very good touches, or touches at all for that matter. He's not able to get that read off that corner. It goes straight into the net. I mean, unfortunate gameplay. Arrival, they looked much stronger, much better, especially when they had that offensive drive. And then, you know, it kind of gets squandered away from that misplay on the defensive side of the ball. And I guess that's going to be the main thing, is if Arrival can hunker down on defense, whether their defense can improve or stay as it is, because if it's how it is now, they're making a lot of mistakes, they're making a lot of double commits, and they're leaving a lot of the time, and it's just allowing free shots on net. As you see, Kisby, not a great touch, misses the boost, gets beat, the pass comes through, Crates leaves the ball, Milky gets dusted as he's the third man committing on that one, and a lot of the rival players are in the same spot at the same time, and then one of them has to leave because they don't want to double commit, and then it leads to an open net, and Whiteout just taking full advantage. And I feel like this is very reminiscent of game number 1, and you know, Arrival kind of not really stepping up, kind of taking a step back.
Arrival looking for something finally off the backcourt, but a huge touch there. Crates, who's been the goal scorer, and Kisby has been the facilitator. Milky trying to do something here, is looking for a 50, gets a beat on 1, trying to get one more, is that's a nice flick. That ball gonna get saved away by Nuki. Mayo with 0 boost just has to get that ball cleared out. Milky's touch not gonna be a great one. Has to send that one to the corner, and Crates now with 100 boost, looking for a follow. It could be a double commit here. Here's an opportunity for Arrival. Mayo already challenged an hour ago, buddy. What are you doing? Great chow there from Mayo. Knew that he's last back in a 3-on-1 situation pretty much. Can't risk being demoed, so he just insta-goes. There, he beat out his teammate, but Nuki was already there. Kisby somehow able to make that save. Mayo hits that one low off the backboard, and wow, Evan's already up. I think Crates looked a little awkward there, so he couldn't get the touch. I think Kisby thought that somebody else had it, and Evan comes flying in out of nowhere with the shot. 4-1 victory here for Whiteout. And Arrival, I feel like, are tripping over themselves right now, and you know, I don't know if this is, like, I don't think Whiteout's doing anything crazy. I think they're just capitalizing really well on these mistakes from Arrival, and there's plenty of them to capitalize on, is what it feels like right now. That just
Yeah, I mean, in game number 2, we talked about how Rival weren't making that many mistakes, and then they win 3-1. They make a lot of mistakes. They lose 1-4, and their defense just has not been good enough. The offense has been able to make some plays happen, but I mean, there's constant misses on the back line. There's constant throwaways where they're giving away possession for no work. I feel like their rival squad is really inconsistent in this series, to be honest. And I'm a little worried. I mean, I did say Whiteout was gonna take 2 games out of the series, and a rival was gonna still win, but if they keep this inconsistency, I mean, I have a feeling that we could even see a potential upset. I mean, Whiteout just has to play consistent and solid and just take the games that they're given. They don't have to do anything special, like you said. They just have to bide their time, wait for the mistakes to come out from a rival, because they have been making mistakes, and Whiteout has just been playing solid. They haven't been making crazy mistakes. We saw a couple double commits here and there, but Whiteout, their rotations have been pretty solid. I think that the speed has been there. Some of the commits have been interesting, but have worked in their favor, as we saw a crazy commit from last man as Mayo, and a crazy commit from Evan as the second man. And, it just seems like a rival kind of just not on the same page and just kind of panicking.
Yeah, and this, I hate to say it, this series as a whole, I feel like has come down to a single player's play, and I need to see him step up. Already 2 saves from that player. It's Milky. I feel like he can be a dude. Like, he could be that guy. That's whenever he is like on his game, but right now it feels like something is off. I will say playing against Nuki is one of the most frustrating, annoying things in the entire world. I mean, it's always in your corner, stealing your boost, demoing you, bumping you. But a touch like that from Milky is just not what you want to see. I feel like he panicked, touched that one to the sidewall, and now has a little bit of time in the air here. Doesn't get the flip, going for it again, but Evan with a nice 50. Creates a little far out. Kisby has to pass that one back to his own corner here. Kisby looking for a solo play. Gets a nice fake on Nuki. Looking for the 50, and he gets a nice one all the way to the other end, but it's only him chasing it down. That's not a good touch there from Evan. Maybe Mayo now having to get that clear. Nuki, a little awkward, creates his own to the sidewall. Evan's going to be there for the pinch. And Milky, really awkward here on the back wall. Just a touch out for Mayo. Mayo going to have to get his shot saved. I believe that was a necessary double commit, because if you don't save that shot, you go down 1-0 already. This Whiteout team, I feel like, is just putting on so much pressure, and a rival, they're not controlling the ball well enough to get anything going on offense. Every time that they get that ball down there, they're just desperately challenging, trying to make something happen. As Krates just puts a shot on net, but it's just going to be Mayo popping that ball up high. Kisby has him pre-jumped. Kisby has the read. That's dropping it down to Milky. Milky with an opportunity. Milky hits that open net dead center. Showing up and showing out here in game number 4, showing why he belongs on this pitch. And a great pass there from Kisby as well.
Yeah, you talked a little bit earlier about Nuki stealing a lot of the boost, and we've seen that specifically Milky and Krates have really been struggling in the boost department. They're not really playing well off the pads, and we might just see a miss there off kickoff. This is an open net for Mayo, and no touch on the kickoff. Something you never see in the rival league. Kisby just misflipping, giving a free goal there to the Whiteout squad. Absolute devastation after working so hard to get their first goal on the board. They completely erased that. And just another mistake for this Arrival squad. I just feel like the Whiteout just capitalized on the kickoff and got a free goal. It was just off of a missed flip or a missed touch on kickoff from Kisby this time. And I just feel like it's time and time again we just see a rival kind of shoot themselves in the foot, if you may. They're just making good plays and then absolutely negating everything that they've done. And I was going to talk about how Nuki has been stealing a lot of boost, and Milky and Krates have been low on boost this series. But you can still be playing pads better. They can still cut in rotation more to allow the boost there. They can focus more of the midfield presence so they're able to hold the mid pads so the stealing of boost is less prevalent on their half. But still, I feel like this roster has just not really dealt with much of that. They just continue to make mistouches and misplays.
Yeah, but Kisby with a great shot there. Caught the entire Whiteout defense off guard there. Mayo wasn't expecting one there. Evan just, that's a poor touch there from Evan. That couldn't get followed up by Nuki. And finally, we see a rival capitalize on a mistake from Whiteout here. It feels like usually a rival's trying to outplay, trying to make something happen, a 2-on-1 beat, maybe a demo, whatever it is. They're trying to outplay Whiteout, but Whiteout has just been kind of letting Arrival make a lot of mistakes. That time, it's a great pass from Crates.
great play.
An insane double here. I mean, wow, he just kills the ball right in front of the net. That was a huge play there, and Milky just has to get the shot on target. You know, there's 2 defenders in net. He's able to get it by him. Great shot there from Milky. And so far, Ventus, this game, it feels... Whenever, like, I've been watching Milky's perspective this whole time, and it feels like he's kind of slowing it down a little bit. He's not playing too fast for himself. He's not just kind of giving the ball away, which we've seen a whole lot of in this beginning of the series. So I feel like they've started to calm down a little bit, but now is a huge opportunity for Mayo. It was Kisby, though, with the save, and Kisby looking for the counterattack as well with a nice pop. Mayo gonna have to clip that one over to Nuki, and a great touch there from Nuki. It's just Crates back. Crates gonna have to chow early, but it's past him, but Nuki put that one just off target, and Kisby with the demo. Kisby looking for the follow-up, but the pounce went out just too much, and Mayo sends that one across. Minute and a half remaining here. Arrival been looking a lot stronger, looking to maybe score on their next attempt here as Crates off the ceiling couldn't get it done. Kisby trying to find a teammate in the midfield, maybe doing it himself. The dunk comes through. Nobody in the midfield, though, for Arrival. Milky just puts a shot on target. Mayo, he's a little old, a little slow off the ground there. Couldn't get up to that save.
I mean, it's also, I kind of think of it as a mistouch there from Evan as well. He tries to pop it back to Mayo, but doesn't turn to get the follow-up. He kind of just cheats upfield to steal the boost, and it leaves a free ball for Arrival to just pick it up. I feel like it was just a not a super smart play coming out there, kind of leaving the ball, expecting his teammate to be on the same page as him, but maybe not calming it. Maybe the communication issue coming through for Whiteout. And I mean, I want to talk about this Arrival squad because, one, this feels like how Whiteout were really playing in game number 3, is they were just waiting for these misplays to come out, and they were just capitalizing it. It seems like every single play has been a capitalization on an error there in this game. Is Kisby going to be able to pinch it with the last commit there from Nuki? I keep thinking it's NK, but Nuki. And nobody else is back. The third man super early commits, gets beat out, and it just goes into their net. Arrival haven't really done anything special, though I will say that first touch from Crates on that pass off the double was absolutely beautiful, and he had a perfect catch, and it was a phenomenal play. But it's one of the only outplays we've really seen coming out from either of these teams. They're both just waiting. They're kind of playing in the midfield, waiting for mistouches, waiting for the teams to panic, play too fast themselves, and then capitalize on it. And we've seen that basically be the MO of this entire series. Both these teams just waiting it out. They're capitalizing when they need to, and not doing anything too crazy, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I don't know what that one was. Maybe it was lag. I don't know, but Mayo's going to get that cleared across, and time winding down here. 10 seconds left, and feels like, you know, this one's definitely all over at this point. Just these next couple seconds are just a formality as Crate sends that one long. Nuki going to send that one to the ground. Good dub here for Arrival. Felt pretty solid. I will say it felt like a lot more missed touches here for Whiteout. They weren't really passing the ball to each other a whole lot, comparatively to the first couple games. But I will say I do think that a lot of that, it felt like Arrival was able to answer a lot of the clears, and so it just feels like they yeah, don't worry, guys. We're just server resetting real quick. That's what Crip was doing. You guys didn't need to look at that one. But, yeah, Arrival called for a server reset, so we're going to give them, you know, the best chance. We don't want nobody to lag. But anyway, what I was saying, it feels like Whiteout that game couldn't pass to each other. I felt like Arrival were kind of on top of those passes. Kisby in the midfield, I felt like was everywhere. And I do think Milky had a much calmer game. He let his teammates do what they wanted, which I saw him double commit way too much the first couple of games, and I felt like he was in position for the follow-ups a whole lot more, and I think that's kind of what his role needs to be on this team. Crates can be the shooter as well, but I mean we saw Crates, you know, pull off a crazy double pass as well. So if Milky can just put the shots on target, play some solid defense, and rotate well, this Arrival team can just win this series. Obviously, 2-2. It's a best of 3 at this point. Ventus, anything is possible. Are you sticking with your prediction 4-2 for Arrival? Because I mean, obviously my prediction's already wrong. I might have to switch up and go for Whiteout now. I don't know.
You know, I think I gotta stick with my gut. You know, I thought that Arrival was the better team coming into the series, but this is a free shot, a great save there from Krates, but the follow-up might be coming through from Evan. Weak shot though, and a double commit able to get the save. But Arrival starting out on the back foot once again is Mayo looking for another shot, and you know, I can't go against my prediction. You know, I always stick with my prediction from the beginning. I think that Arrival will continue to ramp it up. I think that their offense is just getting started. Right now, they've really only had to capitalize on the mistakes coming out from Whiteout. But as I say that, a big mistake coming through, but the capitalization not going to be there from Evan, as that was an open shot opportunity because Milky was not able to get a touch on that ball, allowing a potential shot opportunity to Arrival. And unfortunately, they just weren't able to do anything. Milky trying to get a shot of his own this time, but you know, it's all going to be on who makes mistakes by playing too fast, who allows themselves to have free shots, and Evan going to put it in this time as he had another opportunity off of that pass. Nuki was able to beat out Kisby. Such a great skim, like a little bit of a doink there off the car. Perfect pass there into the midfield, and I mean, Whiteout able to get a couple beats. I think that one was kind of earned. I don't think that there was really a big error that allowed them a free shot on net. I think it was just a really good touch by Nuki, a good beat out on Kisby specifically, and they were able to capitalize on that because they were able to outspeed and outbeat. But as I say that, a great shot coming through, but Nuki able to get the save.
Nuki been playing super well this whole series. I feel like I haven't been talking about him enough. I'm talking a lot about Mayo, but whenever I played this team, it was always Nuki making that one extra pass, getting that one extra demo, and he's been kind of that facilitator. It feels like Mayo gets the ball to Nuki, Nuki make things happen. Obviously, he had a great save there. Evan, that one, not a great touch, but Nuki able to get the beat there. Evan, gonna leave that one for Mayo. Mayo gonna get faked out and try to maybe pass that ball back to Evan. It was kind of awkward right there. Krait's gonna hit that one off the corner. The shot there from Kisby, he's gonna be too far for it, and Milky has to hit that one back to the corner. Nuki with the touch, and Kisby with the bang. A huge bump. Kisby the open nets. He misses those. He misses those. That one just too open for Kisby. He didn't want it enough. Milky off the back. We're looking for the dunk. That's gonna be another free opportunity. Nobody in the vicinity for Arrival, and Kisby, you gotta get that one back because that one almost unexcusable.
Yeah, I mean, especially for a rival league. I mean, you're saying rival league. That is right in front of the net. Super easy bounce. He kind of just puts it off the crossbar somehow. Honestly, I think it was harder to miss that shot than it was to put it on target. And as the star player on the team, with a great bump, I believe that was from Milky on the last man back, leaving it such a great opportunity. You need to capitalize on those because it was such a good outplay. And it was such a deserved goal, but I mean the throwaway, the troll of the goal causes them to still be down. We start to go 2 minutes left in the game, and I mean unfortunately, you know, you should just have to score this. There's nothing else I can say about that. As the best player, or supposedly best player on the team, you need to score those. But Mayo doing it by himself might be the best player on his team. Great catch there, good first touch, gets it past Kisby, gets it on target. Krait's not going to be able to find the touch and make the save on that one either. And instead of it being a 2-1 game or even a 1-1 game, and we now find ourselves in 2-0 in favor of Whiteout.
Mayo getting a huge dunk, air dribble off the post. It was beautiful. Mayo with a great shot there. Milky looking for one more touch. Kisby looking for Milky to miss the ball. There's just... He's passing the ball to you, and Kisby doesn't want it. Kisby instead gonna pass that ball to the other team here, able to get that pitch out. And Evan looking for the 50. And I feel like right now, Arrival are just, again, last game they were playing together. This game, they are literally taking the ball from one another. Milky maybe looking for a teammate here. Nuki had that one blocked. Kisby now gonna bang that one long. Down 2 goals. Kisby's gonna try to make a play happen. Mayo hitting that one to the corner. Should be a free follow-up here for Kraits. Kraits with one touch. Evan gonna look for the dunk. Kraits is gonna be there. Big Kraits off the post. Milky, he scores those. That one gonna cut this lead in half.
I was so scared that Milky was going to miss that. He jumps early, doesn't read the bounce off the crossbar, tries to recover, and because he has to beat Mayo to it, rush the touch a little bit, almost puts it into the crossbar, but a great play there from Kraits, a good dunk as well, putting that almost on target by himself, and keeping them in this game. I mean, I want to look back at that goal from, or the miss from Kisby. It would have been a 2-2 game right now, and Whiteout would kind of be on the back foot. I feel like Arrival would have gotten a lot more momentum but unfortunately, because of the way things have played out, this might be an open net there for Mayo as he puts that one off the post. Unfortunate as well as he, you know, it was a much more difficult touch, but one that Mayo is very easily able to score, and one that he probably should score, and you know, keeps a rival in it this time. Maybe he just felt bad.
Yeah, this time, though, it's going to be a rival now with the onslaught. Milky, you got to touch it. You know it's going to be... Oh, Nuki had the pass over to Crates. Crates rings it off the crossbar again. That fourth man coming in clutch. Now, can the fourth man come in clutch for Crates? No, he's just going to... Actually, it kind of did. You know, he did bounce off the post there. Crates able to get the clear out. Now, well, it's going to be Nuki sending that one over to the sidewall. Kisby and Milky double commit. Evan with a nice touch. Crates doesn't own goal this time. And with 20 seconds remaining, Kisby says, no, that's my ball. Milky, no boost. Crates kind of awkward. NK, Nuki just getting the shot. Not going to be good enough. Crates with a nice pop. Crates has been making plays happen. Mayo says, I'm going to shut you down now. Mayo, one more touch. Gets it over one. Really awkward here for a rival. The ball just needs to hit the ground one more time. There it is. A 3-2 lead here for Whiteout. One more. And they got this series, and they're going off to their doom to play Gravelords. I'm so sorry. But either way, they're now on match point. They're looking solid. They're looking good. And this game, I felt like, obviously, there was a really good pass from Nuki to Evan, and then Mayo with a nice air dribble that was set up kind of by Evan's 50 in the midfield. And on the other end, I felt like it was mainly Crates creating a lot of those chances, creating a lot of those opportunities. I felt like Kisby was harming his team more than helping that time, and I don't think that was Kisby's goal, but I feel like he's trying to do too much. And whenever you try to do too much, you cut off your teammates. You obviously you get in the way. And Kisby, I felt like he got in the way that game.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, you talk about it. We talk about it every time a rival loses. It seems like is that they start to get super selfish. They kind of take the ball off of each other's car. They aren't passing to each other. They're not looking for each other as outlets. They're playing as three individuals. And especially in the rival league, in these higher league games, you can't just solo carry. You need to rely on your teammates. You need to have them be there for the follow-ups. You need to trust in your teammates, especially. And Arrival, it just seems like anytime they lose, they just aren't trusting. They aren't. They're double committing a lot. They're taking the ball off of each other, and when they're winning, they're playing really well off of each other. They're able to. Oh, it looks like even with the timeout, it looks like we're gonna stop it early. And Arrival, never mind. Arrival already joined up, but but we're gonna take the extra 30 seconds now. Arrival just they play when they are playing better, they have been able to beat Whiteout pretty easily. But it's just whenever they start messing around, whenever they start not trusting each other, taking the ball off each other, they just start making more and more mistakes. They start panicking. They start trying to play way too fast for themselves. They start throwing the ball away. It's just you know, it's an interesting thing, and I think inconsistency will be the downfall of this Arrival squad. You know, I might be flipping my prediction now, but I feel like when Arrival's on, they look dominant, but when they're not, they do not at all. And Mayo getting a great beat there on Crates in the midfield, able to put them up 1-0. They are on match point. And Mayo doing his best on Forbidden Temple to try to close this out in 6.
Yeah, and Mayo at Forbidden Temple, I feel like he's been here a lot, man. Like in his career, you know, Mayo's familiar with the territory. Crates, how familiar are you with some rival league playoffs? As the touch doesn't go through right there. A touch there from Mayo going to be met by Nuki in the air, and Heaven's going to be there for the follow-up shot. Whiteout playing super aggressive now. And now it's going to be Mayo trying to get that ball cleared. Not a great clear, though. Kizzy with a bump. Kizzy trying to just play a little bit of kind of bulldozer there. And it was able to work, but the shot wasn't on target. The pass there from Nuki is just going to be cleared away. Evan had to get that touch to the corner. Doesn't have a lot of boost to work with here. No touch there from Crates. Milky now trying to get one. Crates going to send that one across. Kizzy with like no boost here and doesn't bother with pads either. Instead, going to go off the ceiling, and it's a free pass there for Evan. Milky is able to get the save, and Mayo now. A great touch. That one's kind of awkward. Milky does have the read, though. Milky going to buy his time. Try to grab this. Never mind, he's not going for the mid boost. He doesn't want that one, and it's going to be Mayo getting that Bang, down to Evan. Evan off the backboard, straight down. A great read there from Kisby. Crates gonna send that one long. Nuki already on the backboard waiting for it, though. Trying to pass that one over to his teammate, but Milky not on the same team as you there, Nuki. And so Milky's gonna have a free pass here. A great pass, though. And a great finish as well from Crates.
Yeah, just an interesting play in the corner there, Evan. Not a great 50. It pops out past Mayo. A very awkward play. And Arrival just going to capitalize. And, you know, a good play. Arrival, get back in it. This is what they need. They needed to tie it up early. They need to get more possession, more momentum specifically, just so that they're able to feel confident and able to force a game number 7. And, you know, inconsistency has been their downfall, but when they're on, they have been able to take all these games. And I mean, Kisby electing to go for the boost there. I don't know why, and he leaves the net wide open. Nuki just able to put on a shot on net and just take a free goal. As Kisby just maybe getting a little greedy there.
A little. Bro saw the giant shining jewel in the corner, and he just didn't realize that it was booby-trapped with a bomb attached to it, and it blew up in his face. Literally, the goal explosion blew up in his face. Literally, a free goal there for Whiteout. And maybe a goal here for Arrival. Crates doesn't go. Nuki had the save anyway. Nuki not going to get the touch there. And that one is going to be a free clear for Evan off the backboard. Milky does get the read there. That's a huge read there from Milky. Evan was waiting for that whiff. Mayo looking for the double, not going to come through. Kizzy 100 boost to work with. Nuki had the pre-jump. Evan, are you back in time? Mayo is! Of course he is! That one right there is a huge save from Mayo. Couple wall dashes later, he's already on top of the ball, looking for the pass, looking for the demo. Not going to come through. Milky trying to chase this one. Kisby trying to give help, but it's going to be cleared away by Nuki. Crate's going to be in the midfield. Send that one up the backboard. One more touch coming through him. No, he was going for the demo instead. And Arrival sitting all the way back here as Milky trying to look for the long clear. Mayo going to have a 50, but he just gets the beat and gets demoed for it. Crates, one touch off the sidewalk. Nuki couldn't get the touch. Evan gets the 50 back to the corner. Mayo, all the time in the world, Mayo just puts a shot on. And Kisby, not a whole lot of boost here. Gets one more touch, but it feels like every touch Arrival's making, there's no other Arrival player even close to the ball. But two huge demos, that's an open net, Milky. He hits that one wide, but Crates is putting that one away. Just had to get that one mid. Beautiful demos there by Crates.
The absolute decimation of everybody on the field on the defense allows them to get that goal. Milky, a good enough touch that he's able to put it into the midfield fast enough for the follow-up from Crates. A good play. Crates and Milky kind of being the main contributors on the offense this game. And, you know, that's kind of when they've been thriving. I feel like Kisby has done the best when he's transitioning from third to first man, when he's able to make the save, keep possession, and then make a counterattack potentially happen, but he does not get a touch on that one. But I mean, it seems like Kisby has not been able to trust Crates and Milky to create that offense that he wants, and I mean, another double commit doesn't really help either. And that once again is was Kisby kind of not trusting Milky to get a touch. He didn't though, but he kind of just doubles anyways. Neither of them get the touch. They kind of make Crates have to play last man back, and a great bump there from Crates. A good follow-up, and Crates doing everything in his power to force a game 7 here, as he's just absolute menace, getting the bump, getting the turn and follow-up off the... I mean, I don't know if it was a shot from Kisby that was just off target, or if it was a pass back to Crates, but either way, a great play there, keeping Arrival in it.
Crates, that man wants to do it all. He won Chally League last season, looking to stay alive here in the Rival League playoffs on Forbidden Temple. Milky able to get the touch. Kisby with a nice touch towards the ceiling can be. This is where he's most dangerous. Yeah, other times, I'm not scared. Kisby in the air, yeah, get a little nervous. That man right there can be so good, but it's gonna be Nuki getting the ball cleared. A huge 50 there from Kisby though, and Mayo with 0 boost trying to get that ball in the corner, but he does not get the touch. Crates gonna get one more. Milky gonna pinch that one out, but it's gonna be Kisby looking for the shot. Milky gonna look for the redirect, but it's gonna be Nuki sending that ball away. One more touch here for Nuki, but nobody in the midfield is gonna be there except for you know who. Crates with his 4th 100% goal scoring this game for him. Mayo couldn't get back to it. He is doing it all. That man is Crates.
Yeah, This is such a great game, a good pop-off game from Crates. I'm a little bit worried. I feel like Milky has been playing so aggressive as the second man. He's been leaving Crates or Kisby back basically on an island as last man back when he's getting beat out. He hasn't been able to convert many chances, and so when he is getting beat, it's very dangerous for these teams. The counterattack is very likely to come through if Whiteout can capitalize. They haven't been able to do so far because the third man play has been so good between Crates and I think Kisby has been playing a decent bit of third man as well, but Crates has really been the main decider in this game. He's been locked down as the third man. He's been great in transition from third to first. He's been everything this Arrival squad needs him to be, and with 4 goals to his name, he individually helped force Game 7. We have a Game 7 alert in this series, one that you thought was going to end in a sweep, one that I thought was going to be a pretty simple win for Arrival in 6. I mean, we have a Game 7.
Game 7, every game, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until we finally arrive here. It was Whiteout getting the lead every time. They were up 1-0, then 2-1, then 3-2. But Arrival every time had an answer. 1-1, 2-2, now 3-3. Arrival looking to pull off 2 in a row here. Whiteout looking to bounce back once again. And if I am Whiteout, I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling confident. Crates can't have another game like that again. If I'm Arrival, hey guys, don't worry. Crates, Kisby, we got this. We got this. It is now time for Game 7. Champions Field, Ventus. It's where these teams belong. This is where everything comes down to it just to play Gravelords in the next round. But we'll have to see who comes out on top. I believe in the formula of win-loss, 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 and I'm taking Whiteout here in Game 7. I'm changing my prediction. I'm a flipper. That's what I am. Ventus, are you staying true? Do you think Arrival take this Game 7 here?
It's got to be Arrival. I got to stick with my gut. I said Arrival is going to win in the beginning. Crates having a great pop-off game. I think that's only going to help give more confidence and more trust in the rest of this team to be able to make great plays. I got to stick with my gut, and that's Arrival.
Arrival looking to get the first goal on the board. Never mind, it's going to be Nuki trying to put that shot on target. Crates 0 boost, still able to win great 50. Win another one. That's big Crates right there. Respect his name. Kisby up in the air, gets 1 touch. No boost left to work with, so just trying to get a 50 on Evan, but gets cleared all the way over to Crates on the back wall. Once again, taking his time, taking some control. Trying to get the beat out here on Nuki, but Nuki with 1 great touch. Looking for the pass back mid. Great challenge there from Kisby. Kisby, though, dove again, and Mayo was able to get around him. But a great 50 there from Milky. Milky rushing this one to the corner. A team bump there from Whiteout. Evan, no ceiling pinch, so it's just going to be Kisby now with some time on the ball. Never mind, Nuki's already there. So Crate's going to pop it over 1. Doesn't get bumped. Crate's looking for the 50 on Mayo. That one's going to go over to the sidewall. Arrival going to get... all of them are going to get beat out by NK. And it was a double commit from... Milky and Kisby, so Crates on that ball, looking for the 50, and a great 50 it is once again, but that's a pass from Evan to Mayo. Mayo with some time, Mayo with looking for the dribble, but Kisby has the save. Kisby couldn't get a beat on Nuki once again, and Nuki's always there. It's Nuki time! What a goal here! Falling down from the ceiling, the ground pinch is there. What a play here from Nuki.
Yeah, he has been an absolute menace, especially in the midfield. He has been playing so well. I mean, kind of, I don't want to say putting Whiteout on the back, but he's definitely been the main contributor for this Whiteout squad. The biggest reason that they're up right now, he's been making such great challenges. His speed has been absolutely insane. He's found a whole different level. And Kisby looking to match that as he's looking for the reset off the ceiling, trying to get the shot, but Mayo gonna get the save nonetheless. Crates gets beat out. This might be an open net. Kisby is going to have to rush back, and Arrival still down right now, but not out yet. They still have 3 minutes remaining.
Plenty of time left and an opportunity as well, but 2 players from Arrival came flying in. It was Nuki once again able to make that clear. Evan now, and that one to the Arrival half, trying to buy some time for his team. Milky with 1 touch, couldn't get the follow. It should be Crates though. Evan with 0 boost, pops that ball up high. Milky with the shot. Milky, it's not good enough. Nuki gets saved. Milky now looking for the follow up. Gets a great 50 here. Crates a little too far though, so Mayo's gonna get the beat. But that just buys time for the Kisby to get a bang. But Nuki on the back wall had that one answered. Crates now on the sidewall. Hits that one at the back wall himself. Milky doesn't have the touch. It's Nuki again. And now it's Mayo with the open net on target. And it's good. Bottom right corner. 2-0 lead here for Whiteout.
Yeah, Krates had the pop-off game in game number 6, but Nuki has been doing it all in game number 7. He's been making such great saves, such great cuts in the midfield as well, getting a crucial beat there, leading to a goal. Whiteout are going to go up 2-0 right now, looking to finish off this Arrival squad. They still have a little bit of time though, as Evan has a free shot on net, and that mistouch there, I believe it was from Kisby, gonna leave a free shot for Evan. Kisby playing a little bit too fast for himself even, and Evan a free shot. Milky Bag 0 boost, not gonna be able to end this game, falling out of hand for this Arrival squad. 3-0 deficit. You need an absolute miracle. They still have 2.5 minutes, they still have half the game remaining, but right now I'm a little worried for them.
A little, I'm worried more than I've ever been. Milky trying to make something happen here, gets that one to go, and it's a 2-goal game now. A great 50 there from Milky, still showing up in this game. Krates with a great pass, a great finish here from Milky as well. We've never had a team come back from down 3 in this series. The comeback was literally a 1-goal comeback. That's the only comeback we've had. It has been a very dominant series. Whoever wins or goes up early usually has been winning the game. And so we'll have to see if that holds true here. Nuki, who has been doing it all, gets a good 50 there. Mayo up in the air. Mayo looking for the sidewall. Evan wasn't ready for it, but it's going to be Kisby sending that ball long. Nuki has a free touch. That ball going to just be softly popped up here. Mayo's going to be the first one on it. Gets a nice touch. Gets a nice clear. Kisby popped that one up in the air. Krates, he's demo hunted, but Nuki on the backboard with a nice touch. And Mayo doesn't get the touch. Nuki might have a shot here. Kisby just goes diving. Looking for the bump, gets it. Krates now looking for some control. Mayo already up, that one off the backboard. Nuki has been sitting on that backboard, and it's been working so well. That's all he has been doing it to this Arrival team. And Krates with one touch towards the sidewall, gets demoed for his efforts, and Nuki now trying to take some ground control. Look for some 50s, but it's Nuki once again stopping them in their tracks. Kizzy couldn't get a touch there. That ball from Mayo, dangerous as ever. Mayo does it himself here. A 3-goal lead once again, and Arrival see their playoff run crumbling before their eyes.
Such a close play. I mean, a great beat there on Kisby. Milky super awkward, low boost. Can't make a touch. I mean, it looked like Evan was gonna even get a dunk, or Nuki was gonna get a touch anyways. But then Mayo's able to get there for the follow-up and kind of put that one in. It might be the dagger with just a minute left. We have not seen Arrival really be able to break through that frequently. As Kisby looking for the Arsenal reset, getting the pass to Krates. That one off the crossbar, and that one would have been a great response there to the deficit, to the goal, and unfortunately just the shot not going to be good enough. It seems like Krates used all of his ability left in game number 6 to force game 7, but unfortunately he couldn't find the shot there.
Yeah, and man, Nuki putting up a great performance here. Krates able to make that save. Kisby up in the air, gets the reset around 1. Kisby one more. No, Evan able to make that save. In this whiteout team, they played fantastic here in Game 7. What a series. I'm calling it now. This game. It's over. This whiteout team has just been playing too well. Arrival, just too little time left on the clock. Milky trying to get it around, but he bumps his teammate Krates, and Evan just needing to run the clock out. Maybe looking for one more himself. Kizzy with a nice challenge there. Nuki just popping that ball up. Typing in the Twitch chat. That's how confident Nuki is with this series. He knows it's over. Mayo was looking for one more, but that's going to do it. Arrival fall to Whiteout here in the quarterfinals. And Whiteouts go on and to play Gravelords in the semis. It'll be a fun one, but they are playing an undefeated team. But man, first off, congratulations Whiteouts for the W. That was a huge one. I think Nuki really played well. I think Mayo, obviously, he's that dude. He's that guy. He's always going to play up to Mayo standards. But I think whenever I played against Whiteout, it was Nuki that was the most annoying player. He's always in your corner, stealing your boost, getting that one extra touch you don't expect. And players like that, man, they can be so hard to play against sometimes. So I think in that Game 7, he did a lot of it. And so that was really well done there. Whiteout and Arrival, I think this was the closest matchup in all of Rival. Like, you know, if you're looking at the first round of playoffs. So I'm glad it went the distance. I'm glad we got to see a great series there, Ventus. But we still got plenty of series left to go, too.
Yeah, and this is the one thing I want to say, especially about that Game 7. I felt like we saw the best out of Arrival and we saw the best out of Whiteout. I feel like Whiteout's their defense was just impenetrable. Nuki was playing absolutely phenomenal, and even when we saw some crazy plays coming out, like Kratos had that shot opportunity, he did miss it, but the defense was still pressuring. This defense was still there. Whiteout was so consistent and so strong throughout the series, and even when Arrival rose to the occasion, I feel like they had a lot of really good chances. The defense was just a little bit better. They shut them down at every turn. They were able to utilize the counterattacks, utilize that Nuki was just outspeeding everybody, especially in game number 7. He was the MVP of that series. I think that Kratos was the MVP for Arrival, especially forcing game 7 in that game number 6. But Nuki stepped up big time in that game number 7, and props to him because he led his team to a game 7 victory. He was the reason that they were able to score 3 of their goals and were able to take the lead so far that they were able to have a 3-goal lead at the end of that game. So I think it was a very, very good game. I think that we saw exactly what both these teams are made of, and even though there were some ups and downs between both
Literally, he puts it in 0 seconds remaining. The team's gonna be fighting hard for it. Oh my goodness, what is this?
Doesn't get the touch he's looking for. Kato, Scott the giant. Oh, he gets the flick and he gets it through. Place this head. He's gonna get the shot. He's gonna put it in. Back to back. On the backward. Can he find the touch? He's gonna put the shot on the net.
High off the backboard here. Opportunity. Here comes the shot.
Is this serious? No, hold on. Surely this can't. Oh my lord!
Go with the shot. It's gonna go in.
Oh, Palpatine on the goal line. He did nearly over. Sweet. It comes through. The Venom, the improbable, the impossible, the 4-time champions.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League. My name is Colson. We have some exciting Rocket League action for you in the Prospect League. But before I get to that, I have to introduce my co-caster. Chunk, welcome to the broadcast. Welcome back to the broadcast. How you feeling today?
Yep. I was here first thing to start, and now I'm here for the finale of our first round, and I'm excited to cast the final game in our final prospect game.
Yeah, I'm excited too, and it should be a good matchup. Today we have the number 1 seeded Rooks versus the number 8 seeded Faded. But Faded, as we've seen throughout their run, they have clutch potential, and we're going to see how that matches up against the consistency that we've seen out of the Rooks. Chunks, what do you think you're going to see in today's matchup?
I think I'm gonna see kind of Rooks getting used to this postseason environment. I think Faded kind of has a little bit of an edge going in this game one, just based off the fact that they have played the play-ins and they have a little bit of experience under their belt.
Yeah, both these teams new to the playoffs, which I think has been true for every team on the broadcast tonight. So that's pretty cool to see. Which we'll be able to see which team can handle the nerves better being in the playoffs. But now we start out in the white corner, white for the Rooks. We have on the reddish team, we have Faded. We'll see which one comes out on top. But right now, I think in game number 1, we'll see a lot of ping pong. Right now, we do see a lot of pressure coming out for Faded, though, but Rooks able to break out of it. Street Soul popping this one up into the air, back to himself, getting it over 1, popping it to the backboard, looking for a double, misses on it, fakes it out for Nobro. Nobro with a shot, but Daze able to get the save out and away. Gala elects to keep the pressure on, though, but Daze again putting it into the safety of the corner. A lot of pressure coming out for Faded. Maybe that one game they've played already, getting to this stage of the playoffs is doing them wonders. Chunk, what do you think that this Rooks team is going to need to do to get out of this pressure?
I feel like so far they've done pretty well on just getting good opportunities, getting kind of warmed up to this postseason environment. We've seen one shot come out, and we've seen some great saves. I think that if you are Faded, you've got to look to score here first, as we see all 3 go for the ball there for Faded, but they will not get punished for it. I'd like to see them be on the board first to just really come out swinging against the Rooks, who are that team to beat here in Prospect postseason.
Speed Demon popping this to the corner. Daze and Ace both went. Ace was able to get the clear and called off Daze. Nobro now popping this one down, looking for Gala. Gala does get the beat, but can't get the double off the sidewall, and Speed Demon will clear it down. Street Soul whistles on this one. Speed Demon pops it up to the backboard. Ace with a shot, but Nobro able to get the save. We're looking at Speed Demon and Ace, who have had phenomenal seasons, both top players in the Prospect League, and we're looking against Gala and Nobro, who are also great players. Last time we saw them play, we saw the clutch potential come out of Street Soul, who went crazy in the last game, scoring over 1,000 points in that match. So we know this Faded team has some clutch potential. We're going to see if they can put it on display in this 7-game series as we go scoreless in the opening half of game number 1.
Both of these teams not able to find anything. We've seen a severe lack of shots on what was to be expected with Speed Demon and Ace being really high in player rating, being, I believe, both top 5, just playing so well together, as Daze will get an opportunity here, but he's not able to connect. They have found so many good opportunities to score all season long, their offense is kind of what wins some games, but their defense is nothing to be nothing to not write home about. As they on stream during one of the final weeks of the regular season, they're able to nearly perfect sweep Bandits, who are a playoff caliber team.
We are seeing a little bit of issues coming out on Faded. A couple double commits coming out, and Rooks has been pretty consistent in not doing that so far. I've seen one come out from the Rooks, but I think I've seen 3 or 4 come out of Faded when they're on defense. But right now they are keeping it tied. Calling out, getting a clear, but Days able to get to that one. Nobro elects to pop to the corner where Street Soul is waiting. Strong clear down the field, waiting on the wall for Speed Demon's touch. He almost gets it, gets a bump onto it, and powers through. Ace able to get the clear around Nobro. Gala goes to meet him, but a great touch around one. Gala looking for a teammate across, but elects to shoot it instead. Now Days with a full tank of boost, popping it up to himself, gets the first touch, popping it over to Ace. Ace trying to get a shot, but a great 50 comes out, putting this one into the Faded corner. Gala with a clear into Speed Demon. This could be dangerous. Days now gets another touch, looking for a touch off the wall, but he can't get back to it. Going into the last 45 seconds of game time, and we have seen a very ping-pongy game number 1. No one has been able to break the ice just yet, and we'll have to see which team comes out on top.
Yeah, we've seen a whole lot of great attempts at passing plays, but they've just been disrupted, or the final opportunity just misses its mark. As we've seen every shot be saved, nothing off the crossbar so far in this game. It's a really clean game from both of these teams.
Speed Demon now, 10 seconds remaining, trying to make something happen for the Rooks, trying to steal this game number 1. Ace popping it into the corner, pops out for Days. Days with a shot, goes a little bit high, and Street Soul able to pop it into the corner. Days is waiting though, pops it up for Speed Demon. Speed Demon gets to it, pops off the corner, looking for a teammate. Ace keeps it up, but it goes down. Corner balance not in their favor this time. Into overtime we go in game number 1. Speed Demon does get the beat, but Street Soul hits it right back. It goes awkward midfield. Ace with a quick shot, and 8 seconds into overtime, the Rooks steal game number 1.
Yeah, just composed kickoff. An unfortunate mistouch. It looked like Gallo was back, but not able to get there. I don't think he had a whole lot of boost in that final moment, and Ace just puts enough power on it to power through this game 1 and look to continue what they had ended at the end of the regular season.
Pretty even game, though. I love the passing coming from the Rooks at the end of the game, able to secure their win. 5 shots for the Rooks, and we have, I think, 4 for Faded, and then 4 saves apiece from each of these teams. So very, very even game number 1. If Faded are able to keep this up, I think we could see this series go the distance. Fingers are crossed right now for a game 7 overtime. We've already seen one, so why not continue that tradition and keep us rolling in for a long series. We're loaded up into game number 2. 3 seconds, and we will see if Faded can get back in or the Rooks continue to press their advantage. Days able to get a beat over one. Nobro tries to go under and does. Speed Demon now over to the wall, trying to get a double, misses on, and a great demo comes out from Nobro. Street Soul has the chance for a double. He goes up for it. Days low boost. He gets the double, but not enough on it. Pressure still on the Rooks, though. Faded playing a very quick offense right now, cutting for each other, trying to get something to go through. But now Speed Demon takes it over to the wall. He has full control, popping it over for Ace. Ace and Days both go for it. Great fake attempt, but unfortunately Days couldn't get to that one. Ace stays on it, pops it up, looking for him again, but Gala will be first to it, pops it right down to Days. Days now taking it up to the ceiling by himself, getting it around one. Nobro able to get a touch over, but Ace is there and waiting, and Ace is an ace shooter and puts it into the bottom right corner.
Yeah, Ace will find the second goal of the series and his second goal total, as he gets a great beat by the last man. The placement by Ace so far has just been impeccable, being able to shoot so efficiently.
Pressure now on for Faded yet again. They've gone down early in this game. They were able to keep the Rooks at bay for over 5 minutes of game time, and now they've conceded in the first minute of game number 2. Faded needs to get their offense working, trying to get themselves clicking and firing on all cylinders, but right now it is all Rooks with the efficient pressure. Gala now popping this one a little far away from himself, but he will be able to follow up on this ball. Gets it around one, looking for a bump on Ace, but Ace able to dodge it and get back. Quick shot out from Nobro. Speed Demon awkward, but not a follow from the third man. Gala elects to go now, putting pressure on yet again, but a great clear comes out. Ace tries to fake it out, and Nobro makes the read. Gala and Nobro both go for this one. This could be dangerous, especially with Nobro with no boost. Great 50 in the midfield. Elects to keep this pressure off, but now Nobro, like I said, no boost, is able to make the save. Pressure now coming out from the Rooks. They get it by one. Awkward double. Speed Demon popping it to Ace, but Ace elects to keep it in the corner. We are back and forth. This game is still close. 3 minutes remaining, and Faded really need to get pushing on offense.
Yeah, it seems like they're just so well composed on defense. The Rooks have shown such suffocating defense. You think you have an opportunity, and all of a sudden, the third or second defender comes back and just booms it out, takes away what could be such a crucial goal, as they have not been able to find anything on the scoreboard. So yet, going into the second half of game 2.
Speed Demon back passes it to himself. Nobro trying to get a quick shot on, but Ace with the save. Street Soul popping it off the corner. Awkward bounce for him. Does let his team get a little bit of time to grab some boost, though. Nobro popping it off the corner. Daze will be the first one to read it, and Gala elects to take it slow, popping it to himself. Tries to get a touch, but mistouches it just a little bit. Does get a bump to salvage that play. Nobro gets a beat, but gets demoed for it. Now Daze gets a beat of his own, popping it out midfield. No boost. Speed Demon and Daze both go. Great demo on the back line, and Ace just sends it high. Popping it back mid for Speed Demon, but Nobro able to get a save yet again. And a great pass at that to Street Soul. Last defender I don't think was aware, and just like that, Faded finally break the ice and get their first goal of the series.
Yeah, great opportunity off a little bit of an overcommit from the Rooks. They kind of sent everyone up. Daze trying to hustle back. No boost in the reserves, and not able to find a touch or a bump on Street Soul. It looked like he was going for a bump, but it realizes, oh, this is just wide open, and was able to really break the curse that they had on scoring.
Daze now popping it to himself. This could be dangerous, but a great bump from Speed Demon. Now he has time and space and boost on the wall. Pops it up, looking for a bump, but Nobro able to dodge it. He does get bumped by Ace, though. Daze with a great beat, popping this one high. Ace staying on this one, trying to get a beat over Street Soul. 50-50 comes out. Ace pops it down. I think 4 players went for that, and the ball somehow stays out of the Faded net. Daze now tries to get back to this one, but Nobro with a great beat. Street Soul, no boost, electing to stay on it, looking for a bump. Quick shot, but Ace able to power through that bump and make a mistake. Going into 1 minute left, we're starting to see Faded heat up, and Rooks are starting to look like they are on the back shoulder.
Yeah, we see a bunch of crazy attempts for shots come out from Rooks. They've kind of been stymied while they've been looking for each other on these passes, but we've seen a really change in Faded's defense. They've been able to kind of find their offense getting possessions, because they are able to clear the ball out and find themselves being able to either counterattack or find solid looks of their own on offense.
Nobro now popping it, misses on this one. Gala hits it right back into him. Able to keep possession just a little bit, and Nobro still able to hold on to this one. Quick shot comes out. Defense from the Rooks was not ready for that one. Awkwardness it working in favor of Faded, but now here come the Rooks. Off the sideball is Speed Demon, looking for Daze. 2 go. This could be dangerous in the last 10 seconds. Ace stays on, pops it into the corner. Demo attempt missed. Ace likes to keep it in the corner. This is a safe spot. Missed what comes out. Nerves starting to come out for Nobro just a little bit. And now it looks like Faded is just trying to play time, trying to send this second game into overtime. But not if Daze has anything to say with it. But it goes down, and we have the second overtime of the series in the second game.
Yeah, this time we've got a score from both teams. No one has been shut out so far in this game, and both these teams realistically having good opportunities in the last minute or so to score the ball, but so far they've been stymied. Street Soul will get I believe a missed touch off a defender of the Rooks, and just able to put it away over 2 defenders, splitting the defense, and finds the goal they needed to equal up the series going into game 2. Or going into game 3, rather.
We see some wiggles come out from the Faded squad. Beautiful display of team coordination. But it was a great game from Faded. Again, this series seems pretty evenly matched. The Rooks, again, are the number 1 seed, and Faded's the number 8, but they've kept it close, each 1-goal games. Originally, it was a shutout for the Rooks in game 1, but now Faded have gotten 2 of their own. Great display that we've seen from both of these teams so far. Really close in shots and saves still. This is an exciting series, and I think really has the potential to go the distance. We're loading into game number 3, though. Each of these teams looking to take an advantage in the series, get that second win, that important win, maybe call a timeout from the other team, but I don't know if we'll see that until the third win for either of them because of how close these teams are playing.
Yeah, we've had such a close game, both 1-goal games, both look like they can go either way as we have a ball floating into the net within the first 10 seconds of the game. Streetsoul tries to center it to Nobro. Nobro not able to get the speed, and Ace puts it into the ground, but on target, and is just enough to find it on net.
Another double commit coming out from Faded, leading to that opportunity for the Rooks. Streetsoul didn't have enough to get back. Both of his teammates had gone. That is a tough position to be in. But Speed Demon now popping it up to the wall, trying to get another one for the road. Not satisfied with the one his team got last game or the one that his team got in the first one. Nobro, low boost, trying to fake this one out, takes some time, gets it under one, going for 50 on another, but a great pop from Speed Demon. Up to the back wall, looking for a teammate to go for it. Daze does, gets 50 out for it. Streetsoul now trying to put one on, gets it around Ace. This could be dangerous, but an awkward bounce, not favoring himself. Nobro trying to get it going, but Speed Demon, true to his name, gets a great save. Trying to press the attack, now fakes out one, needs a teammate mid, trying to pop it over to Ace or Daze, but unfortunately puts it right in between both of them. This could be awkward. It gets a pinch, and just like that, Faded have tied it up inside the first minute.
Yeah, and we see once again everyone kind of upfield. Ace tries to get it past Nobro, but Nobro finds a great 50 on target, and Rooks find themselves getting punished again, kind of like we saw in game 2.
Now going into the second minute of game time, Nobro trying to find a teammate, but Streetsoul just couldn't catch up to that one. Daze now and Speed Demon bump into each other and stymie their offense. Unfortunate series of events for that team. Speed Demon gets a great touch, gets it around Gala. Now Nobro trying to keep this one close, trying to keep the pressure on, allow his team to get some boost to keep this attack up. But Speed Demon has the ball. Gala elects to go low boost. What a demon on the ball. Now Speed Demon tries to keep this one going. Streetsoul pops it around him. Great touch from Streetsoul, Nobro trying to stay on this one, but again, no boost. The Rooks are doing a great job of controlling the mid boost and staying topped up. This Faded team got a goal off of a quick pinch in the midfield, but it seemed like a desperation pinch. Right now, the Rooks have done a fantastic job with their boost control. They just need to capitalize on the opportunities that they are getting from it, because right now we're tied at 1 apiece, but it really, I think, should be favoring the Rooks.
Yeah, we've seen such great offensive opportunities as we have another one, but just sent away off the board, and Rooks have had so much quality offense, I would say, and they have not found the net. They've just been pelting that backboard and not able to find each other. They've been disrupted by a man who seems to be always down, disrupting the passes for this team as we see it happen live on camera. And they need to find a different way, maybe a pass off the backboard or some pass high in the air, but so far they have kind of had their game plan from game 1 and 2 shut down.
Yeah, I think their game plan of blasting it off the backboard is effective, but eventually you do need to take the shot. And this could be their opportunity. Speed Demon is able to sink this one, doesn't clang it off the side wall or the back wall this time. He elects to put that one into the back of the net.
Yeah, big 50. Nobro tries to go, but Speed beats him. In his name, he's got that speed. You gotta be quick up to that ball, especially if you're trailing behind them on the rotation. And it seems that both these teams get punished and are able to capitalize when they have no one back, when they're kind of on that back foot, everyone rushing back. And so far, whoever can adapt to that first will be able, I think, to sneak away with a couple games and definitely find their groove in the series.
Find their groove. Both of these teams need to do. Gala looking for a teammate. Street Soul's up with a crazy shot. He's able to put that one into the top of the net. Beautiful passing play. 1, 2, and 3 to Street Soul. Beautiful play from Faded to tie this one up.
Yeah, 2 Rooks defenders back again, but we've seen it before. Such great power and placement. Really put away the shot, and that has been what we've seen so far from Faded when they are scoring. The opportunities they have are just clean shots that are almost impossible to save if Rooks even had 3 people back.
Yeah, they are beautifully placed shots, and I think the Rooks are getting bailed out a little bit on their shooting percentage stats because they've had a lot of opportunities, but they've missed the net so wide on a lot of these chances that they're not even being credited as shots. And I think that if Rooks were able to tighten those up just a little bit, they would have a lot more pressure on the scoreboard, and they would have a lot more pressure on the net. That was a great shot coming out from Ace. Another great beat, but again, just a little bit wide. This playstyle of hammering on the backboard and hoping that one bites worked in the first game, but in this one, it looks like Faded aren't really biting for it. They're not ready for the counterattack, not ready, being Rooks aren't ready for that second follow-up shot. And I think it's starting to play a little bit into Faded's hands, because once they get their opportunities on these counterattacks, they are the ones being able to score. Their shooting accuracy is a lot higher than what we've seen from the Rooks in this game number 3. But Speed Demon doesn't care about shooting accuracy. He puts one off the bar, looking for a teammate, and a great save comes out from Gala in the last 10 seconds of game time. Faded trying to steal this one away, gets it, a great pinch over, but no teammate was ready for the speed of that ball. Now here come the Rooks. Gala tries to take some time, pop this over the backboard, keeping it in safety. Gala doesn't get this one by days. Someone's up, Speed Demon, but a 50-50 comes out, and we have the 3rd overtime in the 3rd game of the series.
Yeah, these games have been so close. We've seen some quick capitalization by Rooks in game 1, and I think that we are going to have a longer overtime here. Both these teams have seemed to settle down as the game gets longer. Rooks have 7 shots compared to Faded's 3, but Faded, the quality opportunities that they've gotten, and they've been able to play all the defense really needed with the shaky offense we've kind of seen from the Rooks. Is a big opportunity here will be capitalized by Nobro off a big demo.
Absolutely beautiful play. Street Soul gets the ball and the demo. Nobro, great recovery getting back to this one and steals this game away from the Rooks. I felt like Rooks had a lot of the pressure in that game, but Faded didn't go anywhere. They were worried about their counterattacks, and they did a great job with them. Look at their shooting accuracy. They had 4 shots and 3 goals compared to the Rooks' 7 shots and 2 goals. And again, like I was saying, there were a lot of shots that weren't credited in the game at all. They weren't even registered because they were just going a little bit wide for this Rooks team. And I think if they tighten up just a little bit with that shooting, this could have been a completely different game, because right now their shooting is not doing them any help.
Yeah, if they had even one of those, they would have won in regulation. They've had such good opportunities, but they've not been able to get them at least on target for a follow-up. We've seen just a lack of good good opportunities on their side compared to the looks that Faded are getting, and the counterattacks just seem to be working. It seems like Rooks, I'd say, in order to win this game, they're gonna need to play more defense. The counterattacks have just been biting them.
Absolutely. Just watching your overcommits on offense is what the Rooks need to be worried about as an opportunity starts to arise for this squad in Faded. But Rooks do well to keep this one out. A little bit too far away from himself is Ace, but Speed Demon able to recover for it to go for Faded. Again, another double commit. It's worked out for them so far as they still have the lead in this series. Great booming clear looking for Street Soul. Street Soul misses the first touch, doesn't hit the second one, and I think that caused some confusion because Gala gets a long clear, a slow floating ball into the back of the net.
Yeah, Street Soul missing it. We see a backflip from Speedy, not a whole lot of boost. I don't know if he was faked out by the in the air, but he definitely probably would have had time to at least go for it again after the original hit, but the big booming clears and I don't even say a counterattack, just a miscue from the Rooks here.
I do like what I'm starting to see from this team. Ace putting that one on target, looking for quick 1-2 passing plays. They're starting to fire on more of their cylinders. I won't say all cylinders yet because they are down in this game, but we are seeing them start to wake up. Street Soul does get beat out by Ace. Nobro gets a strong touch to the wall, but Speed Demon has it red, looking for someone mid, but Gala will be the one to receive that pass. Daze with an awkward double off the sidewall, and Nobro elects to boom it downfield. I don't know if that was the play. His teammate was there, but it works out anyway. Street Soul gets a great pass off of Nobro, or Ace, excuse me, and then Nobro goes in for the bump. He does get the assist on this one.
Yeah, incredible bump there from Nobro. Just a great little pass, a little pop to Street Soul end space, who places it off the bar, hard to read. And the Rooks gonna be looking desperate, especially if they lose this game.
Ace now has a lot of time. He pops this one a little too far away from himself, and Street Soul will intercept, looking for a double off the sidewall. He gets it, but his teammate could not read the follow-up. Now Gala taking his time, letting his teammate get back for boost. Street Soul tries to go for it. Nobro tries to go for it, but Ace is too strong. His second shot of the game and his first goal.
Yeah, we've seen that play so many times, and I think it is the bread and butter here of this Rooks team, and they need to look for it more and more as it goes on, but they've not had the opportunity. It normally has to involve some sort of mistake for Faded, as the passes have just been intercepted. As a great fast break opportunity here, but it is stymied out. No demo by Speed there, and we still have the Rooks kind of looking for an opportunity to put themselves in a tie game, as they've not found a whole lot of momentum here in this game.
Ace now gets a strong 50 in the midfield. Speed Demon will be the first one to follow up on it, but Nobro able to get a great touch and a follow-up touch. Street Soul trying to do what he did earlier when he got the goal, trying to fake out the offense of this Rooks team. Ace now popping this one back to the corner, looking for a teammate, but no one is there. Speed Demon will now take over on this one, gets a beat on one, but Gala gets a quick shot, a little bit wide, and Daze pops this one out back to the midfield. Ace to follow up on it, but Street Soul is there first, over to Gala. Gala gets a 50 in midfield, now it'll be Nobro. Nobro over to the corner where Street Soul's waiting. Street Soul back to Nobro. Nobro with a shot! What a beautiful 1-2-1 play! And just like that, Faded her up by 2 yet again.
What a perfect pass. Daze not able to get there in time to disrupt the connection that Faded makes. Every single play they seem to make just off each other. They're synergizing so well in this game 4.
Street Soul's clutch gene is showing up yet again, but it's showing up earlier than it did in his last series. This guy has been a shooter. He's been a great facilitator on offense and gets a great 50 on defense. Nobro elects to go with this one. I don't know if that was the best option, but Gala able to bail him out on this play, trying to go coast to coast, but cannot. Street Soul, can you do it again? No, Daze will be back for the save. Shot not powerful enough, but was in the correct spot. Now Speed Demon takes the mid boost, trying to get something going for the Rooks. Street Soul whiffs on this one. Gala gets 50'd out and stays on it. Street Soul now trying to go for this ball yet again. Elects to keep it in front of his car and gets a great 50-50. Now Gala gets a great 50 of his own, putting the pressure back onto the Rooks, trying to get a read off this corner bounce. He touches it, but the ball doesn't respond to it. Daze with a good save. Now Street Soul whiffs on this one, leaving it open for Gala, but Gala puts it wide. Unfortunate for this Faded squad. That could have been their chance to go up by 3.
Yeah, they could have had the dagger here, just really making it almost unfeasible for this Rooks team to come back in the game. But they have had so little opportunities on offense as another one rattles out. It seems like they've not been able to even find themselves on the half of Faded, and Faded have found so many different opportunities to score, as they will find another good one, but the defense from the Rooks has just been good enough to hang on.
Great chance coming out from Faded yet again going into the last 30 seconds. The Rooks need to respond, and they need to respond quickly if they want to not go down by 2 games in the series. Days now trying to get this one over to Speed Demon, but it's intercepted by Gala. Gala doesn't go up, waits for the miss, gets bumped out. Nobro with a shot, a little bit slow, a little bit high. Could cause some issues for the defense, but they do well. Ace to Speed Demon now looking for Days. Days gets a great 50, but Nobro with an even better save. Nobro stays on this one, fakes out Ace. Ace low boost, had to go anyway. Speed Demon now won't get this touch. Street Soul trying to get one for the road, but it rings off the post. And wow, the number 8 seed in Faded is up 3-1 in the series against the number 1 seed in Rooks. And the Rooks called their timeout.
Yeah, definitely need a different look coming from the Rooks. They've been able to not find any rhythm, especially in that last game there. It looked like we saw kind of one fluky play, just a, I'd say, not really a good play from Rooks, more a mistake from Faded, which have been far and few between, as Faded have just been on the half of Rooks. They've been going for demos, they've had so many opportunities, and so far they have been the ones to show up, especially Street Soul and Nobro specifically. They've been connecting on these passing plays and really facilitating all the goals that they have scored in these last couple games.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for the Rooks. Their shooting has dropped even lower than it has before, but these shots have been better. 5 shots, they were all on target. They were able to get one, but the other 4 were saved by the Faded squad. Faded out shooting them by 5 shots in that game. They had an offensive bonanza, something that we hadn't seen from them in the opening 3 games. And because of that, we saw them dominate in that game. It felt like Faded had control of that game the entire time. And the Rooks really need to get a win here to keep not only their series hopes alive, but their playoff hopes alive. Coming in as that number 1 seed, we expected a little bit more, or at least I expected a little bit more from them on the offensive side. And it's tough, right? They were shooting and they were sending it wide in the first 3 games. They tightened that up a little bit, but their options, the speed that they were shooting it at, were just not there. They weren't the same as what we saw in the opening 3 games. They combine what we saw in those opening 3 with what we saw in that 4th game. I imagine we'd see a very complete roster and the one that has led them to be 13-5 in the regular season.
Yeah, it seems like they kind of became impatient after game one. They didn't want to go with those long defensive battles, and I don't know if they kind of changed their game plan, but they've been getting punished on a lot of counterattacks. And I think that if they want to have a chance in this game, they've got to play a slower game. They did go into overtime in that game, but they seem better when they're more slow paced and controlled. But so far, it has not worked out for them with how aggressive they've been against this Faded roster.
Days and Ace, uncharacteristic double commit coming out early. Clearly, they're trying to play with a little bit more pace, and that will come, but you need to have better communication than what we've seen in these opening 30 seconds. I like the speed and the aggressiveness in the midfield we're seeing from them, but this could be dangerous. Gala trying to get a redirect, but he does not succeed on that one. Speed Demon going with low boost. Days falling up, gets a great 50. Looking to follow bone this one off the ceiling. He gets it, but gets demoed for it. Ace now fakes this one out. Street Soul in an awkward position and will elect to half flip back to it, trying to get a good 50, double 50. That was more of a 66-33 coming out from Faded onto the Rooks. And in the opening 45 seconds of this game, we've seen back and forth pressure. This is more reminiscent of Rooks from game number 1, where we did see them boom the ball away. They were trying to just get them awkward. Them as in Faded, get them a little bit more awkward on defense. And if they can keep that pressure up, we could see them start to stack again. Faded were stacking a little bit in that opening couple games. So I think we're going to see Rooks try to be all out aggressive in this game, trying to keep the playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more demos come out for this Faded team. We know that kind of can be their identity. Street Soul known for it, and it really can disrupt the plays from Rooks. But so far, Rooks have looked completely different in this game. Finding a good opportunity here off a big 50, Street Soul, not a whole lot of boost. Speed right over the third man out of position, kind of doing what Faded did to them early on in the series.
And I love the aggression that I'm seeing from the Rooks. It's leading to their success in the opening minute and a half because they are meeting them head on with their 50s. They're going for the ball, staying on the ball, being annoying, which is what Faded was doing and was leading to Faded success. They're trying to force Faded to have these great plays, but it's not going to happen if you're getting these great challenges at midfield. Like, look at Daze. He's able to get around one, get a 50 on another. He's staying on it yet again, looking for a teammate. Gets a reset, actually, but unfortunately not able to do anything with it. Speed Demon popping this one off to Ace. Ace with a quick shot. It goes barred down, but these are the opportunities we need to see. This ball is getting closer and closer to this Faded net, and because of that, Rooks looks alive.
Yeah, it looks like their former selves. We kind of saw this in game one. We saw the scoreline be what it is. A big fake ace comes off from the net, and Squishy saves his teammate's shot, which would have put him up for surely 2-0, which could come back to haunt him later in this game. But they've looked a whole lot more in control than they were in the last three that they've lost. I'm curious to see if they can replicate it as a big team bump comes out from Faded, and Ace able to capitalize on the midfield pass from it.
Just like I predicted would happen, we see team bumps coming out. This Faded defense does not know what to do when Rooks is playing at their full speed. Because of that, there's a team bump on the back line, and it's an easy goal for the Rooks, doubling up on their lead just over halfway through this game number 5. Gala now taking it slow, trying to stay calm and composed, but he hits it right over to Daze. Daze off the sidewall, trying to pop it back for himself yet again. This guy has woken up. Now Speed Demon, trying to be true to his name, gets the beat on one, pops down, looking for Ace. This one pops over to Daze. Daze with another quick shot. Nobro able to get this save and keep it at 2-goal game differential. Now, Speed Demon popping it over to Ace in the corner, trying to get it back to himself. He's low boost, but elects to stay on this one. Street Soul does make the read, though. Daze, I think, could have backpassed it to his teammate and stayed on it, keeping that pressure. And this is where Faded's dangerous, because once you let them get on the counterattack, they can ice up and bring this game within 1.
Yeah, big demo by Nobro, able to get a pass after he gets the demo over Last Man and Speed Demon, and that's not what you want. You don't want two people to get beat. It's good to have two people back, but letting them have so much time to do what they want is so dangerous, especially with what we've seen this Faded team do.
Street Soul now trying to show some aggression. He was up for that ball early before anyone else on the field. This one goes to Gali. Tries to play the beat, but Daze gets a great dunk onto him. Street Soul looking for Gala. Gala popping this one up, looking for a teammate. Street Soul follows up on it off the backboard, but Ace makes a great touch. Nobro trying to keep this pressure on, trying to put it in, and he muscles it through. Just like that, Faded have seen the aggression encountered against the Rooks.
Yeah, they come back so fast. It's what this Faded roster does. We've seen it so many times. You get punished for making your little positional mistakes, little overcommits, and they will quickly punish you on that. As Rooks had a 2-goal lead, they could have had a 3 if a little miscue on offense didn't happen, but they've got to stay strong, especially mentally wise, because this is where your season is on the line, what you've worked so hard for, especially being that 1 seed and being so dominant as they were.
Great shot coming out from Gala, but a great save coming out from Daze. We're seeing a lot of pressure come back on Faded, and this where Rooks needs to stay aggressive. They're electing not to go, and the awkwardness that was once on Faded on defense is now on the Rooks. Speed Demon trying to get this one through, but another great 50 coming out from Street Soul. He does get the beat yet again. Street Soul is showing his clutch gene, trying to keep this one a 5-game series. He's up for this one early, trying to make a read off the sidewall. It goes down. He can't get to it, but his teammate can. This could be awkward, but Speed Demon gets a strong clear over the sidewall. Gala trying to end it in regulation, but Nobro couldn't get up to it. Nobro does get the cut on this one, though. Where's the team? Not anywhere. Gala with a quick shot, but Speed Demon able to save this one away. Stays up in the air. This could be dangerous. Ace keeps it up, trying to keep it up yet again. Stays up in the corner. An awkward roll for Faded. This one gets knocked down, and we have yet another overtime in this long series.
Yeah, whoever wins this will be glad they are able to clutch an OT, and whoever loses this will be heartbreaking at the end of the series because these games have just been so close. Either a team could make one mistake in overtime and it would be over. If you are Rooks, you need to make sure you're aware of where your teammate is. A good opportunity, and they will get the big shot here from Days, who finds it off Speed Demon's backboard pass. No one was home. Backboard free. That is Rook's bread and butter, and Days able to capitalize and push on to a game 6.
Beautiful display from the Rooks. They are back in this series, and look at their shots. Shots are even yet again, and this series is even yet again. A lot of saves coming out from the Rooks. 6 to Faded's 2, but the Rooks did have 8 shots to the Faded 8 shots. So we are seeing them even on offense again. I think if Faded maybe tightens up just a little bit on defense, it would be in favor of them. But that doesn't matter anymore. I can't deal in what ifs. I can only deal with what is. And what is, we're going into game number 6, and the Rooks are trying to win 2 in a row to take this series back. And now Faded are trying to get their 1 to end this series. I am excited. We've seen 4 overtimes in 5 games. The only game we didn't was game number 4, where Faded came out swinging and dominated in that one. But we're in for more overtimes, more long Rocket League series. I'm hopeful. Chunks, what do you think?
I think that this series couldn't be more close. One of the best matchups, I think, to show both these teams' potential. Kind of scary for Origin looking at either one of these teams. Definitely scary opponents going on to the next round, but for both these teams, you've got to look into the next game. Rooks to stay alive, and Faded to find that crucial win to put them into the semis.
Pressure on both of these teams now. Ace looking for a back pass to Days. Beautiful keeping of possession. This one pops up. Speed Demon looking to Ace. I love these back passes coming out from this Rook squad, but a great save comes out from Nobro. Gala trying to chase this one. Days already up for it, and Gala does get the dunk on this. Nobro trying to pop this one around. He does, and Speed Demon makes the save. Street Soul now stays on this one, trying to get a reset, trying to show his iced out jeans yet again. He gets the beat. Nobro with the shot, and a beautiful play coming out from Faded yet again.
Yeah, Street Soul had a flip reset, missed it. A great little pop-up from Gala. Doesn't get the original shot, but no one home for Rooks, and are able to capitalize, sending the entire house, and just a precise coordinated attack from Faded to put themselves up 1 here early.
Nobro trying to press the advantage that they have already. Street Soul is up for this one, but he puts it just a little bit wide. Speed Demon will be the first back to this, but now it's back to Street Soul. Street Soul off the corner, and Ace does have the read. Gets a great 50 on to Gala. Nobro has to race back to this one, trying to keep it slow, get his teammates back, but this shot goes a little bit high from Days. Ace now gets a 50 on Gala. Gala low boost, pops it over to Nobro, a little bit too far. I don't think he was expecting such a powerful touch from No Boost, but Street Soul with a great touch into the corner, trying to keep this threatening offense away. Ace with a quick shot, but Nobro with a great save, and now the counterattack begins, but Days able to cut this one out early. Speed Demon cutting this play out, trying to get it going, but Gala looks to pass it over to the wall. Maybe following it himself, he does. Gets a great 50 back and forth in the midfield. And this is what we saw in 4 out of the 5 games where midfield presence has been here for both of the teams. They've been going at fast as they possibly can, trying to get this possession, and this is what had happened in the other games too. Just a little bit of a miscue on this Faded defense, and Rooks capitalizing on this opportunity.
Yeah, Speed Demon lurking or waiting for, being able to be there for that miscue and able to capitalize, putting them back on the board, and what had felt like they were kind of being stymied on their attacks, nothing looking too good, but Faded, they're human, they can make mistakes too, as a big opportunity for Faded, but they're not able to find it. They need to stay strong for Faded. In order to win this game, you can make mistakes, but you've got to make great plays, as a big mistake comes out here for Days.
No, bro, pops it to himself, looking for a teammate in the midfield, but Ace able to clear this one out and away. Speed Demon now popping this one off the sidewall, off the back corner, excuse me. Now Ace has a free shot, but this one again goes a little wide. Gala with a lucky touch over to Street Soul, and Street Soul with a great dunk. This one awkward in front of the net. Daze has to make a wonderful save, and he can't do it. Gala able to give Faded a lead yet again.
Yeah, Ace tries to get a hit, pops it up middle. Daze not in a position to make a play off of it. Gala just powers straight through him and Faded. Those counterattacks will get you, especially with a missed touch or a great play from Faded. So you've got to be careful with your Rooks. You need to find something here. But if Faded is able to really clamp down on defense, like we've kind of seen earlier on in the series, it will be rough for Rooks.
The aggression I'm seeing from Faded as well. I think Rooks need some of that in their life right now because it was working so well for them at the beginning of the series. Like, look at that. Gala not afraid to go for the ball when his teammates there, trying to pop this one off into the net, but he can't connect on it. Speed Demon pops this one downfield where Street Soul is waiting. Speed Demon low boost. Street Soul around one. Ace gets the touch on it around Street Soul. Gala there for the follow-up, though. He elects to stay on this one, pops it off the ceiling, looking for a teammate in No Bro. 50-50-50. Wow, what just happened? And now we're back into the Rook's corner. Daze popping this one out, looking for Speed Demon. Speed Demon with the doink, but not high enough to be effective. Gala booms this one downfield. That could have been a chance if he kept it closer, but I don't think they're worried about it at this point. I think they're trying to just take the time off the clock. They're up by one. Force Rooks to press the issue, and with plays like this from Street Soul at the midfield line, it could be dangerous for the Rooks, but Daze has none of that from Street Soul. Trust he doesn't have any boost in the tank. Nobro now pops it over to Speed Demon. Speed Demon trying to get it over to Ace. Ace with a quick shot, but gets beat out, and this is the counter attack you should be worried about. Daze able to get back on this one. That could have been the dagger for Faded.
Yeah, as we see some aggression on demos coming from Rooks, I think it's a good opportunity, but they've got to be careful. We've seen so many quality looks come out for Faded. We've seen so much aggression from Rooks that they need to be careful as a big reset comes out, but not able to do anything as another opportunity. It's going to be wide. Rooks need to be careful, though, as they're on their last gasp of air in this game, and if they are not able to find anything, their season.
Wow, great 50 coming out from Nobro, popping this one mid, but it's too fast for Ace to handle. I know Rook's hearts are beating right now, and so are Faded. Stays popping this one up to the back wall. Double commit we've seen, but this one over to Gala. Gala with a quick shot. Ace able to make the read, but there are only 10 seconds remaining. Rooks have to get this one out. Street Soul to Nobro, and there's the dagger! Nobro has iced out in the last 6 seconds of the game. Street Soul with a great pass, and this one looks like it's going to Faded.
Yeah, just a great, phenomenal pass from the two players who stepped up phenomenally in the series, and Rook's gonna need to find something quick.
Street Soul doesn't want to see any of that, though. Daze able to make this save, but the ball hits the ground, and the number 8 seed moves on into the next round. A couple wiggles, great showmanship coming out from Faded, and what a beautiful series they had. They had non-stop aggression, and that kept the Rooks stuck. I think the Rooks had a great season. I want to say congratulations to them for that season. I think they played really well, but unfortunately, Faded came out on top. But fortunately for this Faded squad, congratulations. You are moving on in the playoffs. You guys played phenomenal. You played well. Street Soul showed his clutch gene. Nobro showed his clutch gene. And of course, Gala showed his. Congratulations to you guys on advancing to the next round.
Yeah.
So, I think that will about do it for us today. But before we go, I do want to say thank you to our premium subscribers. If we could throw that graphic up on the screen for everyone to see. We have to thank in our Novice League Ruby, Sub Zero, Chef, in Challenger, Crotera, Earn, Flame Intruder, Neons, Wiggle, in Titan we have Fenrir, Jax, Parker, and Sado. thank you all so very much for your continued support of the Nemesis Gaming League. It allows us to keep this stuff going. And if you want to support us, please consider doing that. Thank you all so much for watching. That was our last, series of the night. Chunks, you have anything to say before we send this one until next time?
No, I'm excited to see how these semis will go for all these teams. This is where the the stretch goes down, where hearts are broken more than even the first round, and where you got to show up and play your best, play your heart out with your team. So I wish good luck to all the teams going into the semis if they had made it.
And those teams will need to bring their best. Thank you all so very much for watching, to the viewers, to production, to casters. It has been phenomenal watching, and we will see you guys soon for some awesome Rocket League action.
You're too codependent. You hate all of my friends. Don't know how to fix it, but losing you's like taking my last breath. We're so disconnected. Like every time we message, I really thought you meant it. You took it all and now there's nothing left. Took it all and got you a penthouse on the west side. When will he learn that you're afraid of heights? And heard he got you a new Benz with the white wheels. When will he learn that you like to tandem bike? And I hate that I could love you with my eyes closed, kiss you